for the super chat. I think, yeah. Thank you, Elle, for the super chat. We missed you, Elle. We wonder where you are, if you were all right. So it's good to see you. Let's see. Hi, my Avish boy. Hi 61. Hi, Uncheever. Hi, Deborah Van Coverden. Let me go to live chat here. Roberty Bob, Chris Ree, the Captain Lee fan, Deidre. You had to go to work and didn't want to leave the conversation. Yeah, well, if I'll take a poll. Hold on, if you want me to read the affidavit again. If you're tired of the affidavit and you don't want me to read it again, you can let me know. I'll put a poll up while I'm. But some people still haven't read it, so that's why I'm saying it.
You can put me down for a yes.
Okay. Oh no, Elle. You'll tell us later, okay, honey? You're too good for that anyway. Okay, so there's that. And in the meantime, let me say hi. Yeah, you're way too good for him, Elle. Deborah and Cheever, Captain Lee, Roberty Bob, Cranky Babishka, Julianne Gonzalez, hello there, Linda, Deidre, I got you, Deidre, Captain Lee, Chris Ree. I feel like I went back now. Now I can't figure out where I am. Elle, Margot, Peridot Eyes, Marissa Cart. Let's see. Where's that? I don't even know. Liz Tops. Molly. Hello. Okay, so let me see. 62, yes. 61, yes. Wait a minute. And then Sharon was a yes, but she didn't vote, so it's probably bring it up to 65. All right, I'll pull it up and then we'll see what the count is, okay? And where's my downloads? Downloads. David. Okay, again, this is by Brett Payne. That's one of the officers that we viewed the body cam footage of, and also the other officers there, Sergeant Blaker. That's the one that was saying his son, he told his son not to go into the fraternity. Let me just make sure that I get my live streaming chat here, and I'm going to check the poll. Okay, so let's do this. It's not that long. And hi, gotta be, you're leaving on a jet plane? Oh, he'll never be back. Hi, Jenny D1, good to see you. Hi, Angelique. Hello there. Jeannie's talking about life. Everybody that slipped in here. Earthbound Spirit, you're sick? Oh, I hope you feel better. Lisa L, hi. Tracy Richards, hello. Flow on the Go, hi. Okay, everybody. So let's look. The below information is provided by Brett Payne, who is a duly appointed, qualified, and acting peace officer. Let me move my mic closer so you can see. Here, so you can see. Oh my gosh. Peace officer within the County of Lata, State of Idaho. Brent Payne is employed by the Moscow Police Department in the official capacity or position of corporal and has been a trained and qualified peace officer for approximately 4 years. Corporal Payne is being assisted by members of the Idaho State Police and the agents of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. On November 13th, 2022, at approximately 4 p.m., the Moscow Police Department Sergeant Blaker and I responded to 1122 King Road, Moscow, Idaho, hereafter the King Road residence, to assist with scene security and processing of a crime scene associated with 4 homicides. Upon our arrival, the Idaho State Police, ISP, forensic team was on scene and was preparing to begin processing the scene. MPD Officer Smith, one of the initial responding officers to the incident, advised he would walk me through the scene. Officer Smith and I entered the King Road residence through the bottom floor door on the north side of the building. Officer Smith and I then walked upstairs to the second floor. Officer Smith directed me down the hallway to the west bedroom on the second floor, which I later learned through Xana's driver's license and other personal belongings found in the room was Xana Kernoodle's room, hereafter Kernoodle room. Just before this room, there was a bathroom door on the south wall of the hallway. Now, I just want to stop for 1 minute and pull up the model just so you can picture this, because if you're like me, you probably thought that the other roommate's bedroom was in that same hallway, but it's not. So if we go down here, this is how they, let's look at, they came in through this door when they went to walk the scene, right? They went up the stairs here to the second floor, where they came off the stairs and then went down this hallway. See the bathroom and that Xana's room there. This way is where Dylan is staying, okay? She is, let's go over here. Her bedroom is here. And that's the stairway, right? So you came up the stairs, they went down that way, while Dylan's room is over here. Okay, and we'll keep revisiting this throughout to show you different things. Okay. As I approached the room, I could see a body, later identified as Kernoodle's, laying on the floor. Kernoodle was deceased, with wounds which appear to have been caused by an edged weapon. Also in the room was a male. Now, it doesn't say where he is. On the bed, on the floor, it doesn't say that. Later identified as Ethan Chapin, hereafter Chapin. Chapin was also deceased, with wounds, later determined by the county medical examiner to be caused by sharp force injuries. Now, I just wonder why his wounds were later determined. So I have a theory on that, but I can tell you about that after. I then followed Officer Smith upstairs to the third floor of the residence. The third floor consisted of 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. The bedroom on the west side of the floor was later determined to be Kaylee Gonsalves's, hereafter Gonsalves's room. I later learned from review of the Officer Nunez's body camera that there was a dog in the room when the Moscow police officers initially responded. The dog belonged to Gonsalves and her ex-boyfriend Jack DeCoeur. I found out from my interview with Jack DeCoeur on November 13, 2022, that he and Gonsalves shared the dog. Officer Smith then pointed out a small bathroom on the east side of the third floor, and this bathroom shared a wall with Madison Mogan's, hereafter the Mogan bedroom, which was situated on the southeast corner of the third floor. Okay, so let's pull that up. Hold on. Okay, so they, just so you're oriented here, so we've got to go to the stairs, which are, the stairs are here. So you see that when he goes up the stairs, he is passing right by Dylan's bedroom. Right by. Okay, and then when we get upstairs, here's the bathroom, Remember? And it shares a wall with Madison's bedroom. This, Kaylee's room, but the dog was only in there. Interesting thing about Kaylee's room is it was accessible by a sliding door. And remember, it's easy to get up there. There's a lot of people that climb up those balconies. It doesn't take much to get up there if somebody wanted to and go right in through that room. But both girls were down here, not in there. There's the bathroom. They were in this room together in a single bed. Okay, so let me pull up the affidavit again. All right. The bathroom shared a wall with Madison Mogen, hereafter Mogen bedroom, which was situated on the southeast corner of the third floor. As I entered this bedroom, I could see two females in the single bed in the room. Both Gonsalves and Mogen were deceased, with visible stab wounds. I also later noticed what appeared to be a tan leather knife sheath laying on the bed next to Mogen's right side when viewed from the door. So it was laying next to her right side when it was viewed to the door. So her right side. We'll let the clock go for a second. It's going to be the longest one because it's 12 o'clock. The sheath was later processed and had K-Bar, USMC, and the United States Marine Corps Eagle Globe and anchor insignia stamped on the outside of it. Now let me bring up the picture of that knife because, hang on, so you can see what that looked like. That's right here. So it has a sheath and has a snap. And this part goes on a belt, okay? Obviously, he wasn't wearing it on a belt because if he was, he wouldn't have left it there. Did he intentionally leave it there? Because it seems like a really stupid thing to do. But DNA was on this snap over here. U.S. Marine Corps. Okay, and the overall length of the knife is almost 12 inches. Okay. That's the sheath. The Idaho State Lab later located a single source of male DNA, suspect profile, left on the button snap of the knife sheath. As part of the investigation, numerous interviews were conducted by the Moscow Police Department officers, Idaho State Police detectives, and FBI agents. Two of the interviews included BF, that's Bethany, the roommate that was on the bottom floor where the main door opened, and Dylan. Both Bethany and Dylan were inside the King Road residence at the time of the homicides. Let me just pull up that. Okay. Bethany's bedroom was located on the east side of the first floor of the King Road residence. What happened here? Wait, I just want to make sure our live... Okay, I thought our live ended. I'm sorry, because it said live streaming and then I was in the wrong chat. Sorry. So she was on the first floor, which I can show you real quick where she was. So we'll go to the down to the entrance again. Okay. This is the first floor. Remember that this was the room here that we could see from the window during the noise disturbances. And remember, we didn't see any clothes. So that was the room that wasn't being used. And so that would make this room, bedroom, would make this one where Bethany was, with the living room above her. Okay. Based on numerous interviews conducted by MPD officers, ISP detectives, and FBI agents, as well as my review of the evidence, I have learned the following. On the evening of November 12, 2022, Chapin and Kernoodle are seen by Bethany at the Sigma Chi house, that's that fraternity across the street, on the University of Idaho campus at 735 Nez Perce Drive from approximately 9 on November 12th to 1:45 on November 13th. So what I wanted to look up is when did that, remember when they said, oh, we got a new timeline, guys, we got a new timeline. We don't know, they were only spent an hour at that party. We don't, see, I think that was all a tactic from police to make the suspect think we don't really know what's going on here. That's what I think, my opinion. Bethany also estimated that at approximately 1:45 that Ethan and Zaina returned to the King Road residence. Bethany also stated that Ethan did not live at the King Road residence, but was a guest of Zaina's. Now, Kaylee and Madison were at a local bar, the Corner Club, 202 North Main Street in Moscow. Kaylee and Madison can be seen in video footage provided by the Corner Club between 10 p.m. on November 12th and 1:30 a.m. on November 13th. At approximately 1:30 a.m., Kaylee and Madison are seen on video at a local food vendor truck called the Grub Truck. That's 318 South Main Street in downtown Moscow. The Grub Truck live streams video from their food truck on the streaming platform Twitch, which is available for public viewing on their website. This video was captured by law enforcement. A private party reported that he provided a ride to Kaylee and Madison at approximately 1:56 a.m. from downtown Moscow in front of the Grub Truck to the King Road residence. Dylan and Bethany both made statements during interviews that indicated the occupants of King Road residence were at home by 2 a.m. So everybody was home by 2 a.m. And they were asleep or at least in their rooms by approximately 4 a.m. And that is with the exception of Zaina, who received a DoorDash order at the residence at approximately 4 a.m. Law enforcement identified the DoorDash delivery driver who reported this information. So that was something we didn't know. So she got a DoorDash at 4 a.m. Interesting, right? Dylan stated she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the southeast side of the second floor. Dylan stated she was awoken at approximately 4 a.m. That was the same time that Dylan is getting this DoorDash, right? By what she stated, sounded like Kaylee playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms, which were located on the third floor. A short time later, Dylan said she heard who she thought was Kaylee say something to the effect of, "There's someone here." A review of records obtained from a forensic download of Zaina's phone showed this could also have been Zaina, as her cellular phone indicated she was likely awake and using the TikTok app at approximately 4:12 a.m. So 4:12 a.m. she's using TikTok. Dylan stated she looked out of her bedroom but didn't see anything when she heard the comment about someone being in the house. So she hears someone's here, opens her bedroom door, doesn't see anything. Then she states that she opened the door a second time when she heard what she thought was crying coming from Zaina's room. Now remember, her room is not just down the hall, it's in the other hallway, right? But on the same floor. So she opens the door again when she thinks she hears crying. And then she said she heard a male voice say something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." At approximately 4:17 a.m., so that is 5 minutes after Zaina was allegedly on TikTok on her phone, a security camera located at 1112 King Road, a residence immediately to the northwest of 1122 King Road, picked up distorted audio of what sounded like voices or a whimper, followed by a loud thud. A dog can also be heard barking numerous times, starting at 4:17. The security camera is less than 50 feet from the west wall of Zaina's bedroom. Dylan stated she opened her door for a third time after she heard the crying and saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth and nose walking towards her. Dylan described the figure as 5'10" or taller, a male, not very muscular but athletically built, with bushy eyebrows. The male walked past Dylan as she stood in a frozen shock phase. The male walked towards the back sliding glass door. Dylan locked herself in her room after seeing the male. She did not state that she recognized the male. This leads investigators to believe that the murderer left the scene. The combination of Dylan's statements to law enforcement, reviews of forensic downloads of records from Bethany and Dylan's phone, and video of a suspect video, as described below, leads investigators to believe the homicides occurred between 4 a.m. and 4:25 a.m. During the processing of the crime scene, investigators found a latent shoe print. This was located during the second processing of the crime scene. Okay, so a latent shoe print. It was located the second processing of the crime scene. So it was found using a presumptive blood test and then aminoblack, which is like a luminol, a protein stain that detects the presence of cellular material. The detected shoe print showed a diamond-shaped pattern similar to the pattern of a Vans-type shoe sole just outside the door of DM's bedroom, located on the second floor. Now that's weird for a reason. If it was latent, does that mean that it was attempted to be cleaned up, or what? Let me just see. Okay, so shoes create impressions at the scene of a crime called shoe prints and can be extremely informative to a forensic investigator. The sole of a shoe picks up various kinds of material as a person walks, and this is readily transferred to other surfaces, creating an impression that can reveal the pattern on the sole, which this one did. Investigators look at soil, particularly around the potential entry and exit points of a crime scene, as well as carpet, linoleum, paper, and dust to detect shoe prints. If a shoe print is found in a pool of blood, it can serve as incriminating evidence. There are 3 kinds of shoe prints: patent, plastic, and latent. Patent shoe prints are clearly visible and come from tracking through a substance like paint or dirt and leaving some behind each time a step is taken. A plastic shoe print occurs when a shoe sinks into a soft substance like snow or mud. But latent shoe prints are those that are not visible to the naked eye and often occur on a hard surface like glass or concrete. The techniques used for collecting shoe prints vary, but include dusting with special powders, electrostatic lifting, and making plaster casts, a photographic record is always taken as well. So it's not seen to the naked eye. But then what made the shoe print? It wasn't, you're thinking blood because it would have been seen. So that's something. There's something there. All right, let's go back to the affidavit. The detected shoe print showed a diamond-shaped pattern similar to the pattern of a Vans-type shoe sole, just outside the door of Dylan's bedroom, located on the second floor. And this is consistent with Dylan's statement regarding the suspect's path of travel. As part of the investigation, an extensive search, commonly referred to in law enforcement as a video canvas, was conducted in the area of the King Road residence. This video canvas was to obtain any footage from the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022 in the area of the King Road residence and surrounding neighborhoods in an effort to locate the suspect or suspect's vehicle traveling to or leaving from the King Road residence. This video canvas resulted in the collection of numerous surveillance videos in the area from both residential and business addresses. I have reviewed numerous videos that were collected and have had conversations with other MPD officers, ISP detectives, and FBI agents that are similarly reviewing footage that was obtained. A review of camera footage indicated that a white sedan, hereafter suspect vehicle 1, was observed traveling westbound in the 700 block of Indian Hills Drive in Moscow at approximately 3:26 a.m. and westbound on Steiner Avenue at Idaho State Highway 95 in Moscow at approximately 3:28 a.m. On this video, it appeared suspect vehicle 1 was not displaying a front license plate. A review of footage from multiple videos obtained from the Kings Road neighborhood showed multiple sightings of suspect vehicle 1 starting at 3:29 and ending at 4:20. These sightings show suspect vehicle makes an initial 3 passes by 1122 King Road residence and then leaves via Walenta Drive. Based off of my experience as a patrol officer, this is a residential area with a very limited number of vehicles and that travel in the area during the early morning hours. Upon review of the video, there are only a few cars that enter and exit this area during the time frame. The suspect vehicle can be seen entering the area for a 4th time at approximately 4:04 a.m. and it can be seen driving around on King Road, stopping and turning around in front of 500 Queen Road, number 52, and then driving back westbound on King. When the suspect one vehicle is in front of the King Road residence, it appeared to unsuccessfully attempt to park or turn around in the road. The vehicle then continued to the intersection of Queen Road and King Road, where it can be seen completing a 3-point turn and then driving eastbound again down Queen Road. Suspect vehicle 1 is next seen departing the area of the King Road residence at approximately 4:20 at a high rate of speed. So you see 3:29 a.m. is when they're entering this area. They drive around 3 times. Okay? And then at 4:04, so they're driving around for a while. So that's, 3:29. Let's say it's 3:30. Driving around for over a half an hour. Okay? Making 3 passes by. Is that because they saw people up in the kitchen? Because remember, she was going to get a DoorDash delivery. Zaina was going to get a DoorDash delivery at 4 o'clock. So this car is passing by this residence 3 times in about approximately 30 minutes. It left via Walenta Drive, and then at 4:04 a.m., it's seen driving eastbound on King Road, stopping and turning around in front of the house, then driving back westbound on King Road, and then vehicle 1 is in front of the house again, and it tries to unsuccessfully attempt to park or turn around in the road. Then it continues to the intersection of Queen and King, makes a 3-point turn to drive back up to the house again. Okay, so they're like kind of discombobulated from the start, right? So driving around, passing the house 3 times for whatever reason. Now remember when we saw the noise disturbance, we could clearly see people in those windows. Okay, so obviously he's seeing something through the sliding doors, through the windows. Okay, people are up, people are running around. 3 times, comes back a 4th time, 4:04 a.m. driving eastbound on King Road, stopping and turning around in front of 500 Queen Road number 52. 500 Queen Road. So stopping and turning around in front of 500 Queen Road number 52. Hold on 1 second. I know Jeff made a map here, but I just want to see one thing here. Let's just take a look real fast here because okay, so these are the apartments that are up above, right? So 500 Queen Road, number 52. And then they, where's my affidavit? Where's my affidavit? 500, turning around in front of 500 Queen Road, number 52, and then driving back westbound on King Road. So then it turned around, right? And started to go down. Here's the residence, right? Started to go down here. Tries unsuccessfully to park, turn around, or do something. Goes down here to the intersection of Queen and King. Here it makes a 3-point turn, right? And then goes back up again. And there's the house. Then driving back westbound on King. When the suspect vehicle is in front of the house, right? Okay, we already told you. They tried to park, turn around. The vehicle then continued to the intersection. They make the 3-point turn, and then they go back on that Queen Road. It doesn't say at that time whether they parked, finally jumped out of the car, nothing. They just say the next thing, suspect vehicle 1 is seen departing at 4:20. So let's figure he came back on 4:04. By the time he did all this, probably 4:06, 4:07, got into that house, killed 4 people in 12 minutes, 10, 12 minutes maybe, jumped in the car, and then at approximately 4:20 at a high rate of speed is observed traveling southbound on Walenta Drive. Based on my knowledge of the area and review of camera footage in the neighborhood that does not show the suspect vehicle 1 during that time frame, I believe that the suspect vehicle likely exited the neighborhood at Palouse River Drive and Conestoga Drive. Palouse River Drive is at the southern edge of Moscow and proceeds into Whitman County, Washington. Eventually, the road leads to Pullman, Washington. Pullman, Washington is approximately 10 miles from Moscow, Idaho. Both Pullman and Moscow are small college towns, and people commonly travel back and forth between them. Law enforcement officers provided video footage of suspect vehicle 1 to forensic examiners with the Federal Bureau of Investigation and regularly utilized surveillance footage to identify the year, make, and model of an unknown vehicle that is observed by one or more cameras during the commission of a criminal offense. The forensic examiner has approximately 35 years of law enforcement experience with 12 years at the FBI. His specific training includes identifying unique characteristics of vehicles, and he uses a database that gives visual clues of vehicles across states to identify differences between vehicles. After reviewing the numerous observations of suspect vehicle 1, the forensic examiner initially believed the suspect vehicle 1 was a 2011 to a 2013 Hyundai Elantra, and that is all that we were told. We were never told the next thing. Upon further review, he indicated it could also be a 2011 to 2016 Hyundai Elantra. Someone said that on the panel. It was either Jeff, because it was a guy, Jeff or Hillbilly said something about it, about a 2015, before we even knew that it could be a different year. Okay. We weren't told that. Thank you, LM&W, for becoming a Deputy Rambler. So now, as a result, investigators have been reviewing information on persons in possession of a vehicle that is 2011 to 2016 white Hyundai Elantra. Investigators were given access to video footage on the Washington State University campus located in Pullman, Washington. A review of that video indicated that at approximately 2:44 a.m. on November 13th, 2022, a white sedan, which was consistent with the description of a white Elantra, known as suspect vehicle 1, was observed on WSU surveillance cameras traveling north on Southeast Nevada Street at Northeast Stadium Way. At approximately 2:53 a.m., a white sedan, consistent with the description of the white Elantra known as suspect vehicle 1, was observed traveling southeast on Nevada Street in Pullman, Washington, towards State Route 270. State Route 270 connects Pullman, Washington to Moscow, Idaho. The camera footage from Pullman, Washington was provided to the FBI forensic examiner, and the forensic examiner identified the vehicle observed in Pullman, Washington as being a 2014 to 2016 Hyundai Elantra. At approximately 5:25 a.m., a white sedan, which was consistent with the description of suspect vehicle 1, was observed on 5 cameras in Pullman, Washington, and on WSU campus cameras. The first camera that recorded the white sedan was located at 1300 Johnson Road in Pullman. The white sedan was observed traveling northbound on Johnson Road. Johnson Road leads directly back to West Palouse River Drive in Moscow, which intersects with Conestoga Drive. So the white sedan was then observed traveling north on Bishop Boulevard and northwest on State 270 at approximately 5:27 a.m. The white Elantra was observed on cameras traveling northbound on Stadium Way at Nevada Street, Stadium Way at Grimes Way, and Stadium Drive at Wilson Road, and Stadium Way at Cougar Way. Depiction showing this white Elantra coming, okay? On November 25th, 2022, MPD asked area law enforcement agencies to be on the lookout for white Hyundai Elantras in the area. On November 29th at approximately 12:28 a.m., Washington State University police officer Daniel Tiango queried white Elantras registered at WSU, and as a result of that query, he located a 2015 white Elantra with Pennsylvania license plate LFC 8649. The vehicle was registered to Bryan Kohberger, hereafter Kohberger, residing at 1630 Northeast Valley Road, apartment 201, Pullman, Washington. 130 Northeast Valley Road is approximately 3/4 of a mile from the intersection of Stadium Way and Cougar Way, and that's the last camera that picked up that white Elantra. The same day at approximately 12:58 a.m., WSU officer Curtis Whitman was looking for a white Hyundai Elantra and located a 2015 white Hyundai Elantra at 1630 Northeast Valley Road in Pullman in the parking lot. 1630 Northeast Valley Road is an apartment complex that houses WSU students. Officer Whitman also ran the car and it returned to Kohberger with a Washington tag. I reviewed Kohberger's Washington state driver's license, information, and photograph. The license indicates that Kohberger is a white male with a height of 6 feet and weighs 185 pounds. Additionally, the photograph of Kohberger shows that he has bushy eyebrows. Kohberger's physical description is consistent with the description of the male that Dillon saw inside the King Road residence on November 13th. Further investigation included a review of Lauderdale County Sheriff's Deputy Corporal Duke's body cam and reports shown that on August 21st, 2022, Bryan Kohberger was detained as part of a traffic stop that occurred in Moscow, Idaho, by Corporal Duke. At the time, Kohberger, who was the sole occupant, was driving a white 2015 Hyundai Elantra with Pennsylvania plates LFZ 8649. Those plates were set to expire on November 30th, 2022. During the stop, which was recorded via a law enforcement body camera, Kohberger provided his phone number, and they redacted that, okay? Hereafter, the 8458 phone as his cellular telephone number. Investigators conducted electronic-based queries and learned that the 8458 number is a number that's issued by AT&T. On October 14th, 2022, Bryan Kohberger was detained as part of a traffic stop by a WSU police officer. Upon review of that body cam and report of the stop, Kohberger was the sole occupant. He was driving that 2015 white Hyundai Elantra with Pennsylvania license plate LFZ 8649. On November 18th, according to the Washington State Licensing, Kohberger registered the 2015 white Elantra with Washington and later received Washington plate CFB 8708. Prior to this time, the 2015 white Elantra was registered in Pennsylvania, which does not require a front license plate to be displayed. This was learned through communications with a Pennsylvania officer who is currently certified in the state of Pennsylvania. Based on my own experience and communication with Washington law enforcement, I know that Idaho and Washington require front and back license plates to be displayed. Investigators believe that Kohberger is still driving the 2015 white Elantra because his vehicle was captured on December 13, 2022 by a license plate reader in Loma, Colorado. Information provided by a query to a database. Kohberger's Elantra was then queried on December 15, 2022 by law enforcement in Hancock County, Indiana. On December 16, 2022, at approximately 2:26 p.m., surveillance video showed Kohberger's Elantra in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. The sole occupant of the vehicle was a white male whose description was consistent with Kohberger. Kohberger has family in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, and that was learned through a TLO search and locate tool database query. Based on information provided on the WSU website, Kohberger is currently a PhD student in criminology at Washington State University, pursuant to records provided by a member of the interview panel for Pullman Police Department. We learned that Kohberger's past education included undergraduate degrees in psychology and cloud-based forensics. These records also showed Kohberger wrote an essay when he applied for an internship with the Pullman Police Department in the fall of 2022. Kohberger wrote in his essay that he had an interest in assisting rural law enforcement agencies with how to better collect and analyze technological data in public safety operations. Kohberger also posted a Reddit survey, which can be found by an open source internet search. The survey asked for participants to provide information to understand how emotions and psychological traits influence decision-making when committing a crime. Okay. As part of this investigation, law enforcement obtained search warrants to determine cellular devices that utilize cellular towers in close proximity to the King Road residence on November 13th, 2022, between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. And after determining that Kohberger was associated to both the 2015 white Elantra and the 8458 phone, investigators reviewed these search warrant returns. A query of the 8458 return phone in these returns did not show the 8458 phone utilizing cell tower resources in close proximity to the King Road residence between 3 and 5 a.m. So that means that there was no data that showed when that white Elantra was in the area doing all that his phone was pinging anything. Okay, based on my training experience and conversations with law enforcement officers that specialize in the utilization of cellular telephone records as part of investigations, individuals can either leave their cellular telephone at a different location before committing a crime, or turn their cell telephone off prior to going to a location to commit a crime. This is done by subjects in an effort to avoid alerting law enforcement that a cellular device associated with them was in a particular area where a crime is committed. I also know that on numerous occasions, subjects will surveil an area where they intend to commit a crime prior to the date of the crime. Depending on the circumstances, this could be done a few days before or for several months prior to the commission of a crime. During these types of surveillance, it is possible that an individual would not leave their cell phone at a separate location or turn it off since they do not plan to commit the offense on the particular day. On December 23, 2022, I applied for and was granted a search warrant for historical phone records between November 12th and November 14th for the phone held by the provider AT&T approximately 24 hours preceding and following the times of the homicide. On December 23rd, pursuant to that search warrant, I received the records for 8458. These records indicated that the 8458 phone is subscribed to Bryan Kohberger at an address in Albertsville, PA, and the account has been open since June 23, 2022. These records also included historical cell site location information for the 8458 phone. After receiving this information, I consulted with FBI special agent that is certified as a member of the Cellular Analysis Survey Team, CAST. Members of CAST are certified with the FBI to provide expert testimony in the field of historical CSLI and are required to pass extensive training that includes both written and practical examinations prior to being certified with CAST, as well as the completion of a yearly certification requirements. Additionally, the FBI CAST SA that I consulted with has over 15 years of federal law enforcement experience, which includes 6 years with the FBI. From information that was provided by CAST, I was able to determine estimated locations for the 8458 phone from November 12th, 2022 to November 13th, 2022, the time period authorized by the court. On November 13th, 2022, at approximately 2:42 a.m., the 8458 phone was utilizing cellular resources that provided coverage to 1630 Northeast Valley Road, apartment G201, Pullman, Washington, hereafter the Kohberger residence. At approximately 2:47 a.m., the 8458 phone utilized cellular resources that provided coverage southeast of the Kohberger residence, consistent with the 8458 phone leaving the Kohberger residence and traveling south through Pullman, Washington. This is consistent with the movement of the white Elantra. At approximately 2:47 a.m., the 8458 phone stops reporting to the network. So, 2:47, he shuts it off, which is consistent with either the phone being in an area without cell coverage, the connection to the network is disabled, such as putting the phone in airplane mode, or the phone is turned off. The 8458 phone does not report to the network again until approximately 4:48 a.m. at which time it utilized cellular resources that provide coverage to the Idaho State Highway 95 south of Moscow, Idaho, and near Blaine, Idaho, north of Genesee, between 4:50 and 5:26 a.m. So that's 36 minutes. The phone utilizes cellular resources that are consistent with the phone traveling south on Idaho State Highway 95 to Genesee, and then traveling west towards Uniontown, Idaho, then north back into Pullman. At approximately 5:30 a.m., the 8458 phone is utilizing resources that provide coverage to Pullman and consistent with the phone traveling back to Kohberger's residence. The 8458 phone's movements are consistent with the movement of the white Elantra that is observed traveling north on Stadium Drive at approximately 5:27 a.m. Based on a review of the 8458's phone estimated locations and travel, the 8458 phone's travel is consistent with that of the white Elantra. Further review indicated that, we're just going to say, Bryan's phone utilized cellular resources on November 13th that are consistent with Bryan's phone leaving the area of his residence at approximately 9 a.m. So now this, guys, is after the murders have occurred. Okay? Before 911 was called, 9 a.m. He travels back to the scene of the crime. Was he going to try to retrieve a sheath? Did he leave the sheath there purposely and didn't care about it? Was he going to see if the place was swarming with police? Did he try to do a search on his computer or laptop and didn't see anything, that there was any kind of calls in or police action to that residence? Was he confused? How could there not be, if he did see Dylan, how did he not, how did they not call the police? Was he confused? Why did he go back there? Or did he just want to see or expect to see that there was going to be a huge police presence there and people all upset? What was going to happen, right? So he went there at 9 a.m., traveled to Moscow. Specifically, he utilized cellular resources that would provide coverage to King Road residents, 9:12 a.m. and 9:21 a.m. So he's there for about 9 minutes and then travels back towards his residence again. Was he going back for the sheath, but there were people outside in the other areas that would have seen him and he couldn't go get it? Why would he wait that long? Did he just realize that? Or did it have nothing to do with the sheath? Below is a depiction, not to scale, of the possible route taken off a cellular location. Okay. Investigators found that Bryan's phone did connect to a cell phone tower that provides service to Moscow on November 14th, but investigators do not believe that that phone was in Moscow on that date. So that's the day after the murders, and they say investigators found that his phone did connect to a cell phone tower, but they don't believe he was in there at that date, which is just a little confusing. Why do they believe he wasn't there on that date? Because cameras didn't show his Elantra there, but only that his phone was picked up there? What's the reason that they're saying they don't believe he was there? And I'm sure the defense is going to use that to show this is not reliable, right? They're going to say, oh, wait a minute. You're going to pick and choose what you're going to use now? Why does it show he was here, but now you don't want to go with that information? So that I think is going to be something the defense is going to use there. Okay. Based on my training experience and the facts of the investigation thus far, I believe that Bryan The user of that phone, that 8458 phone, was likely the driver of the white Elantra that is observed departing Pullman, Washington, and that vehicle is likely suspect vehicle 1. Additionally, the route of travel of that phone during the early morning hours of November 13th and the lack of that phone reporting to AT&T between 2:47 and 4:48 a.m. is consistent with Kohberger attempting to conceal his location during the quadruple homicide that occurred at the King Road residence. On December 23, 2022, I was granted a search warrant for Kohberger's historical CSLI from June 23, 2022 to the current prospective location information and a pen registered trap and trace on 8458 phone to aid in efforts to determine if Kohberger stalked any of the victims. In this case, prior to the offense, conducted surveillance on the King Road residence, was in contact with any of the victims' associates before or after the alleged offense. So they requested more data, and they wanted to find out if he was ever stalking any of the victims, and if any of those contain evidence of the murders that occur on November 13th, the location of the white Elantra registered to Kohberger, as well as the location of Kohberger. On December 23rd, pursuant to the search warrant, I received those historical records for Bryan's phone from AT&T from the time the account was opened, June 2022, and after consulting with the CAS special agent, I was able to determine estimated locations for Bryan's phone from June 2022 to the present, the time period authorized by the court. The records for Bryan's phone show that Bryan's phone utilized cellular resources that provide coverage to the area of 1122 King Road on at least 12 occasions prior to November 13th. So 12 occasions puts him using data that services that crime scene, that house on 1122. All of these occasions, except for one, occurred in the late evening and early morning hours of their respective days. One of these occasions, August 21st, 2022, Bryan's phone utilized cellular resources providing coverage to the King Road residence for approximately 10:34 p.m. to 11:35 p.m. So over an hour he was utilizing that. At approximately 11:37 p.m. on August 21st, 2022, Bryan was stopped by the Idaho County Sheriff Deputy Corporal Duke, as mentioned above. Bryan's phone was utilizing cellular resources that were consistent with the location of the traffic stop during this time, which was Farm Road and Pullman Highway. Further analysis of the cellular data provided showed that Bryan's phone utilized cellular resources on November 13th that were consistent with the phone traveling from Pullman, Washington to Lewiston, Idaho via Highway 195 at approximately 12:36 p.m. Okay, so now on November 13th, he goes back to the house at around 9 o'clock. He leaves. But then he goes back home. Remember that? He goes back home. Now, he goes out again on November 13th, approximately 12:36 p.m. And he goes to Lewiston, Idaho via Highway 195, and the phone utilized cellular resources that would provide coverage to Kate's Cup of Joe coffee stand located at 810 Port Drive, Clarkston, Washington. Surveillance footage from a U.S. chef store located at 820 Port Drive, Clarkston, Washington, and adjacent to Kate's Cup of Joe showed a white Elantra consistent with the suspect's vehicle. They saw it drive past Kate's Cup of Joe at a time consistent when the cellular data was recorded from Bryan's phone. At approximately 12:46 p.m., Bryan's phone utilizes cellular data in the area of Albertson's grocery store, 400 Bridge Street in Clarkston, Washington. Surveillance footage obtained from Albertsons shows Bryan exit the white Elantra consistent with the suspect vehicle at approximately 12:49 p.m. Interior surveillance cameras showed that Kohberger walked through the store and purchased unknown items at the checkout. He left the store at 1:04 p.m. So let's say he got in the store at 11:54. He was in the store for like 10 minutes. Okay, got something and got the freak out of there. Kohberger's possible path of travel is depicted below, not to scale. Additional analysis of records for Bryan's phone indicated that between approximately 5:32 and 5:36 p.m., the phone utilized cellular resources that provide coverage to Johnson, Idaho. Okay, so he gets to Johnson, Idaho, and then guess what? His phone, done. It's stopped recording at any information 5:36 to 8:30, almost 3 hours where that phone doesn't utilize any data anywhere. That's consistent with his phone being in that area that it traveled in the hours immediately following the suspected time the homicides occurred. Okay. The other thing is, it doesn't tell us when he leaves Albertsons at 1:04 p.m., are they showing it going home to his apartment and then at 5:32 p.m. and 5:36 he's utilizing stuff in Johnson, Idaho, but did it tell us that, did they just not put it in that they saw the phone leaving his home again? Like, where did it start from? And then it's not doing anything until 8:30 p.m. And then what? Did he go home? They didn't tell us that, right? On December 27th, Pennsylvania agents recovered the trash from the Kohberger family residence located in Albertsville, PA. That evidence was sent to the Idaho State Lab for testing. On December 28th, the next day, the Idaho State Lab reported that a DNA profile that was obtained from that trash and the DNA profile that was obtained from the sheath identified a male as not being excluded as the biological father of the suspect profile DNA that's on that sheath. At least 99.9998% of the male population would be expected to be excluded from the possibility of being that subject's biological father. Based on the above information, I am requesting an arrest warrant be issued for Bryan C. Kohberger, date of birth 11/21/1994, for burglary at 1122 King Street in Moscow, Idaho, and 4 counts of murder in the first degree for the murders of Madison Mogan, Kaylee Gonsalves, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin. I declare under penalty of perjury by the state of that everything is correct, and it's signed. So that's the affidavit. Now, let me go to hold on one second. Let me pull this up here. Okay. Now this is a Google Earth that Jeff did that was showed this afternoon, kind of plotting points from the affidavit. So 821. So the traffic stop, remember he had a traffic stop after he was in the area of the house for an hour. He had a traffic stop at Farm Road and Pullum Highway, somewhere along this area. And then 1014, he was somewhere on the campus. Bryan had a traffic stop there. That was WSU. Then fall 2022, Bryan applied for an internship at the Pullman Police Department, wrote an essay. 11/13, the Elantra was spotted by Officer Curtis Whitman in a parking spot. Phone utilized, cellular information there, placing the phone at his apartment. Showed us that he left his apartment at 2:47, right there, and then the Elantra was spotted going north. Okay, this is the route it was taking along the way. There's the proposed. Elantra passes by the house, which is here at the 1122. And then a food mart that caught a glimpse of the Elantra. That's that gas station place right here. DoorDash delivery at 4 a.m. back at the residence there. And then Elantra seen turning on at 4:04 a.m. there. King Road, 417. The Elantra seen at the residence. And then the Elantra departing at a high rate of speed. Elantra exiting. And then the phone was turned back on at 4:48 a.m. over here. At 5:25 a.m. on November 13th. The Elantra was spotted. The Elantra was spotted. Where's this one? Onto State Route 70. And then this is as the Elantra is making its way home. It's spotted by all these cameras, by 6 different cameras here on its way back. And then it traveled 527 south. And then again, then he went home. Then at 9, he left again to go past the house. So he leaves his apartment there at 9 a.m. He returns to the scene of the crime. And then at 9:32, he's back home again. But then he's out again. To the U.S. Chef store camera catches him driving around that coffee place, which is right here, Kate's Cup of Joe. And then he goes to Albertsons, which is over here, Albertsons grocery store. And then his phone is utilized in Johnson, Idaho, but that's when it's 5:30 something, but it doesn't turn on until 8, so it's almost 3 hours. His phone is in Johnson, Idaho somewhere. Okay? Now when I looked at somewhere, when I punched in Johnson, Idaho, it said something about a reservoir, and I thought, oh gosh, is that where he went to dump some stuff? But I don't know. It was at 5, it would have probably been dark over there, 5 to 8 something. He was over there. There's where's there? There's a river there. What is this? Here's a creek here. Here's a reservoir, dam and reservoir. There's a campground. Another reservoir. So, what exactly he was doing here for 3 hours, who knows, right? He could be anywhere. 3 hours that phone was off and not reporting. He could have, who knows, dug something here, buried something here. Doesn't look like much of anyone would have ever seen him, right? So the phone stops pinging, and then on 11/18 he got new Washington license plates. On 11/29 that Elantra was queried. By a police officer at WSU, and on 12/13 he and his father were traveling back to Pennsylvania, and their license plate was pinged somewhere in Loma, Colorado. Not sure of an exact location. Could be where they stopped for the night. I don't know what much is around Loma, Colorado. Doesn't look like too much of a congested place or something, but they were somewhere in Loma. And then it was in Hancock County where they had those traffic stops that we've seen, and the cam is up. It's all the way over here. They made a good deal of distance there, right? And then the next day, from Hancock County, at 2:22, they got him and driving by himself, which means he was already home, and he was with at his parents' house. That's where the trash was recovered on the 27th. In that gated community, and they say that there's like a lake or something there, but I don't really see a lake there. Where's the okay, so then the trash was recovered, and the home of Bryan, and that's key locations: Bryan's apartment, victims' movements, the grub truck, Madison, so travel paths. So 4:45 to 5:26 when he was traveling. Phone turned on, and then he was traveling, and then traveled home into Lewiston. Okay, so that a lot of that. And did anybody have any questions? Or if you want to call in, just send an email, call in. If you have anything to add, please do. Let me see here. Where's my appointment? I just have to see something. Appointment. Okay. Delete. So to check something, I just want to ask. I do have an appointment. Just make sure I got the right thing. Okay. Tomorrow's the 6th, right? Can't believe it's 6th. Okay. All right. Let me go back to the chat. Now I'm going to read the chat and see what's going on. Okay. So. I wonder if he is a crappy driver. He gets, well, I believe he got pulled over once for not wearing a seatbelt, I want to say. Cranky Babishka, hi. Is that a cuckoo clock? It was Weeping Willow. Do you like it? It's from the Black Forest in Germany. Let's see. Hi, Amy Rose. Hi, Jenny D1. Hi, Deirdre did it when she saw the color of his eyes. Cell pings at least 12 times at the scene prior to the murders. Yeah, that is correct. And phone ping later that morning. Judy says, evil personified narcissistic humans. They are all smarter than everyone else, but this proves how arrogant and soulless B was. Oh my gosh, he came back. Yes, he went back there. Maybe he thought he dropped it. Could have, maybe. I don't know. Smettling said, in Germany you can kill so many people if you like. You'll only get 15 to 20 years in prison. It's crazy. I know, that is crazy. You're welcome, Deirdre. Thank you for reading all of it. I guess he didn't take cameras into consideration, which is very strange for someone that's been studying this so much. It makes you think he wanted to get caught or something, to learn about this from the inside. I don't know. I'm having so many strange thoughts going through my head. It's crazy. I wonder if he dumped the knife there. He was doing something for 3 hours, right? The prosecution will have a strong case, Paladin says, but devil's in the details. And Dylan, the witness, you think shall be flaky. Okay, that's your opinion. Paladin says the prosecution must have a lot more evidence. What's in the affidavit is weak when exposed. Well, you have to remember that they have, after this affidavit, the search of his apartment, the search of his office, the search of the Elantra. They have all of that, which includes computers, devices, laptops. We don't know what the searches could be, and stuff in his parents' home. Right? So they do have other evidence. They do. If he was this careless, believe me, there's other stuff around. All right. Hi, Rosalita. Elle, I'll get you a link. Hang on. Yes, since there is an eyewitness as well as the sheath in the car. Yeah. Hi, Liza. All right, let me pull this up. Yeah, feel free to come on now, and okay, I'm writing you back with the number. Okay. And where's the view? Let's put it on gallery. Okay. So, and I think I want to put myself over here in the waiting room. Put me in the waiting room. Hi, Al. Hi, Al. So what do you think of this affidavit? Were you shocked? I can't hear you. Are you on mute? Can't hear you. You're welcome, Cranky Babishka.
I'd like to comment on the affidavit.
Sure.
I am absolutely shocked, practically, at how well they were able to track that car and how many cameras they had picking it up. I mean, this should be, this affidavit, the arrest affidavit, should be put on the front pages of the newspapers or whatever for people to read and say, you know what, you're being watched. So you want to do something really, really, really stupid and horrendously illegal, this is, they know you, they know where you are, and they will find you.
Yeah, but isn't it silly that he studied all this stuff and he didn't take this into consideration? Or if he really wanted to be caught, which I keep saying, because he, I mean, for somebody that's supposed to be such a student of this stuff, how does he not know there's cameras all over the place? How does he not know that? How does he not know this? I mean,
there are some people that think they're so damn smart, it doesn't matter what they do, they'll never get caught. My brother's like that. The stuff he used to do. One of these days you're gonna end up in jail.
yeah.
Never did, unfortunately. But
Yeah, how could he have been so stupid?
he is stupid. Holy crap. It's not like he was in a hard major. I'm just gonna put that out there. I'm sorry to everybody who's studying this, but it's memorization.
Why?
Friends? She's got her new Friends shirt on.
No, it's old, actually. For real, it's
Okay.
really, it is, it's old.
I've never seen you wear that.
I haven't been able to wear it, but since I've lost, 50 pounds?
Really?
Congratulations.
Well, it's only in my mind, I'm just kidding. But I'm going to lose weight
Okay.
Good for you.
for a long time.
Did you like the show Friends?
Did I like what?
Did you like the show Friends?
So I've been out of the loop. This is all new to me.
I know, and we all said, where the freak is Elle?
I was preoccupied.
Don't worry about it. You're better than that.
Yeah, I don't want to even talk about it because
No.
I'm so devastated.
Don't be
So
devastated. You're a beautiful woman.
Oh, thank you. I'll break down and cry if I talk about it, so I don't want to talk.
Yeah, I don't want you to talk
Okay.
about it, but I don't want
You
you to
are.
don't
Go-
feel
go ahead,
devastated
honey.
about
Say
it.
what you gotta say.
No, I don't want to talk about it right now.
We'll talk
No,
about it
not
after.
that. Tell us about what you think of the affidavit.
Oh, the affidavit?
Mhm.
I think it's totally what I expected.
Not
It's
what you expected.
Finally to hear what happened is really interesting. And I can't believe that Dylan saw him.
He did come
That's
back.
just-
Yes, he came back the next morning. Snow, yes. Left his place at 9, drove around there for a little bit, then returned home by like 9:30. Yes.
I'm not surprised that he came back.
What do you think about that knife sheath? You think I mean,
No, I don't think he left it on purpose.
You don't think so?
No.
Do you think he was planning to go back in at 9 and then couldn't for some reason? There were people in the streets or people around?
I think he was thinking about going back in, but then he chickened out.
Do you think that one of the victims could have grabbed it?
It was on the right side of Madison. That's where it was found.
But we don't know
Maybe.
where Madison was. Would that have put it in the middle of the bed or on the edge of the bed?
We don't know what side. We weren't told what
Right.
side she was laying on.
Right.
Could
Well,
have
if
been
she
in the
was
middle, could have been
right-handed.
on the end. Well, but yeah, but if I'm lying on my right side in a single bed, right, and I have somebody with me, it depends where it's going to be. If I'm the one towards the wall, right, then it'll be my right side will be next to the wall. But if I'm if the other person is next to me on that side, I have to draw a
Right.
diagram. Then it could be in the middle of the bed, my right side.
Right.
So it's going to depend where she is, whether it's in the
Right.
middle or the edge of the bed. I think it was probably in the middle of the bed, probably under a bunch of covers and stuff, maybe.
So now I'm thinking the body that they saw that freaked them out and made them faint and stuff was Xana's. Instead of Ethan's, because it sounds like Xana's body was outside of the room.
They said she was found in the room, but we don't know if she was in bed. In fact, I don't think she was in the bed. They found her on the floor.
She was on the floor. Zana was on the floor.
Yeah, yeah.
It sounded like one of them was kind of out of the room.
Yeah, I thought one of them was on
They were
Wow.
all in their rooms, according to the officer.
how come it read in the affidavit that one was laying there in the hall, I thought?
Yeah, on the floor.
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, I thought Ethan was in the hallway.
Nope. I'll read it to you again.
I thought
Yeah, I
Xana.
thought that too, Ethan, yeah. Hi, everyone, chat.
It sounded like Xana was in the hallway
Oh, was Anna?
or
Ethan,
outside the room. I thought Ethan was the one that was, but then it
All right,
sounded
here it
to me
is
like
from the, let me go to where they found Ethan and Zana.
in the affidavit. It sounded like Xana was.
I'm in the affidavit now. Let's dissect it. Let's see. Okay. When he went up, the first place he went was the hallway, right where they were. So it says, directed me down the hallway to the west bedroom on the second floor, which I later learned was Xana's, through a driver's license and other personal belongings. Just before this room, there was a bathroom door. See, this is where I think everybody gets screwed up, because, like, why is he mentioning a bathroom door? Like, he's trying to give you the layout, but it's getting people screwed up, I think. On the south wall of the hallway. As I approached the room, the bedroom, I could see a body, later identified as Kernoodle's, laying on the floor. Kernoodle was deceased with wounds which appeared to have been caused by an edged weapon. Also in the room was a male, later identified as Ethan Chapin, hereafter Chapin. Chapin was also deceased with wounds, and this is weird, later determined to be caused by sharp force injuries.
What was
So-
your theory on that?
My theory on that, okay, is that he walked by that other roommate, and he walked by her room 3 times. Plus, she said she had the door open and she saw him coming towards her. He didn't kill her. Makes me think that this was not random in any way and nobody was collateral damage, because if there was collateral damage, he would have killed her. Okay, she was a witness. And I don't think he didn't see her. So for whatever reason, I think the targets were Madison and Zana, who, remember, they worked at a restaurant together.
Right.
Where he
Right.
could have come into contact with both of those girls. He may not have known that Kaylee was going to be there and Ethan.
Right.
And because that they were probably fighting back, they became collateral damage only because they were going to stop him from getting to his next target.
Right.
And I think that when Dylan describes what happened, where she heard someone say, "It's okay, I'm going to help you," what I think happened was when he went into that room to go after Zaina, Ethan might have came at him, okay, and was going to stop him from getting to Zaina. So he might have just quickly did something to Ethan that took him out fast, okay? And then when she said, "I heard crying," it could have been Zaina, like crying and screaming, and he said, "It's okay, I'll help you."
Right.
Or it could have been after Zaina was attacked and maybe she wasn't fully gone yet, and and Ethan was going to come after him and said, "It's okay, I'm going to help you," and that's when he killed Ethan, and Ethan had been talking to Zaina. I don't know, but I think that Ethan, he was just killed differently because he really wasn't an intended target. He was just going to prevent this guy from getting to his target, and he didn't kill Dylan because he was just good. He just had targets in mind, and I think, unfortunately, Kaylee probably fought back and tried to protect Madison, and Ethan probably tried to protect Zaina.
Right. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
So I think that's my theory on that.
So they were both found in the room. But nobody's body was blocking the door, though.
No, don't know. They say they're both found in the room. If the part of Ethan is redacted, there might be enough info for the defense to build a self-defense narrative for this part, Paul London says. Nicole says, "I don't think he saw Dylan, my opinion only." Okay, but you're allowed to that. The defense will get the entire thing
So
without
the
redaction.
girls must have looked right inside the room to see them. They had to have looked inside the room.
I just don't think he would have missed it with her opening the door 3 times and... Hi, Annie B.
He may have been in such a frenzy, maybe, and it was dark.
But why would he... Okay, let's just say it's random and you're saying he's going after... Why would he go down that hallway when Dylan's room was right there off the stairs?
Was hers the only one right there?
Hers was right there off the stairs. It's so weird that he would go upstairs, downstairs, and then he'd go down that little hallway to go to that other room and totally skip her room.
But he had to walk past her room, correct, to go
3 times.
to Xana's.
Yes,
Correct?
3 times. No, not to go. Yeah, well, kind of to go to Xana's, but to get out of the house through that sliding door and to get into the house through the sliding door, he'd have to go past.
And she'd be an easy kill because she's alone in there.
To go upstairs. I'll show you on the model. Hold on a minute. Let me
Can't
just.
hear you, well, Sharon. Or wait, that's not Sharon, sorry.
Elle, I don't know if it's
Oh, we
Elle. We
can't hear
can't hear
you,
you,
hon.
Elle. You sound like you're under a pillow.
Why would he go in her room 3 times? Go
Not-
past her room. 3
Well, here,
times?
let me show you. Let me pull up the model, okay?
Plus, she was
Yeah,
alone in there. She would have been an easy kill. She was alone.
The model,
Okay.
the model really helps Carolyn, I think, to visualize,
Yeah.
you know,
So,
where everybody was. It really helped me anyway.
okay. So let's see.
Annie B, Chris Reed, Paladin. Hi, everyone.
He came in. Now,
Hi.
the investigators came in through the bottom floor, but he came in, they believe, through the sliding door. So, which be over.
Oh, he came into the second floor
Yes.
sliding door.
Right. That's
Which goes just right to the outside, or is there steps there? I'm confused.
No, he would have come in on the second floor. Hold on a minute. Let me get over there. Where's the kitchen? I wish they had this a little bit better. Okay.
Oh, Rosalita said that retired FBI agent said today that the killer was sloppy.
Okay. So here's the kitchen. Here's the sliding door. So he'd have to come in this way. Now, her bedroom, Dylan's bedroom, is right here.
Okay, I'm getting there right now to
Okay,
look.
so they're in the kitchen. He's coming in. It's directly in front of him. So if he goes upstairs,
Okay, that's the sliding glass doors there?
yeah,
Okay.
okay, Dylan's room is here, and the stairs to go upstairs are right here. So he passes one time, he has to pass another time on the way down, okay? And then
Wow.
we're to
Oh my
believe that he
God.
goes past her room into the living room. He's got to go back into the living room to get to, he's got to go back this way to get to the hallway, which is here where Zaina and Ethan are, down here. When he comes out from there, he doesn't go down the stairs, he goes right past her room again. Okay, she's in this room right here. So he's got to go past her room. Is there a door?
That might have been what they meant by targeted.
To go,
Okay.
that's what I mean, to go outside through the sliding doors. So 3 times he passes by her room, but you're saying he runs upstairs, he knows where at least Madison is, and then
Right.
he goes in through this way, which would go totally out this way, down that hallway, and you're saying that's just, no, I believe those girls were targeted, and this other girl wasn't.
Right. Absolutely.
But if he saw her, he would want to get her because he wouldn't want a witness.
But she didn't see him. He was covered.
Well, she gave a description of him.
I don't know.
Just his eyebrows.
How would he not even just check that? I mean, I don't know.
His height, that he was muscular, what he was wearing.
His build.
and it
Bushy
was enough-
eyebrows.
Yeah, it was enough description where the authorities looked at the driver's license of his and thought, sounds like this could be the same person. So she gave a pretty good description, enough for them to make that connection. Or at least consider that connection.
Because Nicole, I think Ethan tried to prevent him from killing Zaina, who was at Target. That's why Ethan was killed.
So you think the 3 girls were targets?
No, I think at
2.
least 2 girls are the targets, Zaina and Madison.
Oh, and not Kaylee?
And he didn't probably know Kaylee was going to be in her bed. And when she was, they had no choice. He had to take care of them both. He couldn't leave Kaylee alive because she would prevent him from killing Zaina.
Oh, that is interesting. But I'm not buying that he would leave her alone, that he wouldn't have killed her, the other girl that survived.
But he didn't.
And he didn't
I know,
kill
I'm
the one
saying I'm not
downstairs either.
buying that he
And if he
would
was
not.
surveilling that house, he would notice the number of cars and that there were more people that lived in that house.
Right.
He surveilled that place at least 12 times that we know of.
Right.
And maybe for some reason, he just felt, even though he had to leave a witness behind him, he hoped they didn't see him very good, and he wanted to leave quickly, just right then and there. And he maybe didn't have the strength, and he wanted a quick exit for some reason right then.
Yeah.
Yeah, that could be too,
Deidre says unless Ethan stuck up for the girls at some point when he harassed them where they worked, then he could have been a target too. Yeah, but yeah, he could have, yeah. But I think I don't know, just by the way, they don't just say about his wounds, they say later determined, makes it sound to me it wasn't, there wasn't as much, whatever you want to say, passion, anger, something, Ethan was just something, it was just had to be done, but not, I think he really, showed overkill on the girls.
Can
Right.
you go over the apartment again, just while? you
Can I
guys
what?
are talking? I just wanted to look.
Oh. All right, hold on. Where do you want to look?
Just, I don't know, the whole thing, you got a bunch of pictures,
All right, hold on.
if you don't mind, I mean.
No, I'm not. It's just stalling on me. So just wait a second. I just have to wait for it to catch up.
Spooky.
I'm just trying to picture it in my mind.
And what do you think was the story with Dylan? Like, why do you think she just went in her room and didn't call 911? With all the noise and everything going on and seeing the guy.
I don't know, so much shock, she went into some kind of denial? I don't know.
Like to wait hours and hours. That's what I don't get.
Right.
Yeah.
Hours. It's
Did she,
crazy.
well, okay, we don't know where she was, what kind of party, could it have been that she had been drinking or something, and then that put her, after she got into this shock state, that she fell into some kind of a deep sleep or something?
But have you
He
seen
gave
the
a
guy in
detailed
town?
description for being in that
Yeah.
state of, you know,
Inebriation,
intoxication.
yeah.
She sure did, was quite observant.
Right, it wasn't like a
Wasn't
blackout.
she?
Yeah,
Right, but after
And the level of fear that she felt, usually if you were super intoxicated, you wouldn't be able to give that detailed of a description and experience that level of fear. So I don't know, it's baffling.
she knew he didn't belong there. So obviously there was someone in her home that didn't belong there. And she heard other kinds of noises like crying and stuff.
Right.
And she saw a stranger in her
Miracle
home.
Hearts. Yeah, why didn't she call her mom? Why didn't she call her roommate downstairs? I don't know.
I don't understand that.
Yeah, could
It
it be
doesn't
that,
make
could
any-
it be anything that her phone wasn't charged and she was scared to go out of the room and get a charger? Could it be that she left her phone in the kitchen or something? I don't know.
That would be a plausible explanation. But anything other than that, I don't understand.
Unless
Well, she shared that room with someone, would they have had a phone? But maybe she couldn't unlock it, I don't know,
No, she didn't share the room with anybody, but,
Okay,
That makes a huge difference that she was on the second floor and not the bottom.
maybe she didn't realize that he had killed anyone? What do you think?
yeah, but still to be scared where you go and lock your door. And I think Sharon's point is very good, that all those hours and hours and hours, just, I can't understand that either, Sharon, it's a real mystery, another one.
Just to see that there's someone in your house that doesn't belong there. And to hear crying and the dog barking. Just to know
And the
that-
guy partially got like a mask over his face. I mean,
Right.
that, you know,
Could she have been afraid to call the police because she's underage and had consumed too much alcohol? I mean, is that possible?
I'd be more afraid to die.
yeah, she probably, I think if she,
Well,
I don't know.
what's this? Oh my gosh, I mean, it seems like you would be dialing 911 as fast as you possibly
Right.
could. Because what if he turned around and came back in? You might be able to scream help, but your phone, they can track your phone.
Right.
So.
just don't feel her level of intoxication could have been that much.
I don't either. I know that the two girls were 21, so they could drink as much as they want. They came home responsibly in an Uber. But I believe Ethan and Xana had something to drink, but not 100%. I just don't know. I don't get it. This confuses me a lot.
Me too.
Unless once she said she was standing there in a state of shock and closed her bedroom door.
And locked it?
And locked it, yeah, and I wonder if she was in so much shock that she just kind of went into a zone and maybe got in the corner and huddled there and maybe fell asleep.
What, they called the police at around 11?
11:58, wasn't
later.
it?
What's that?
Let me tell, I'll get you the exact time.
I know, yeah, I'm just trying to,
That's so long.
It was like 6 hours later that they called.
Mm-hmm.
I know.
And I keep thinking of the DNA on the knife, and that they could say who was killed first. I don't know how to figure who was killed first based on D on the A on the knife. The
Yeah, they didn't
stamp
say who
on
was
it.
killed first. They didn't give us
Oh,
the
I thought
order.
they did. I thought they did.
Oh, they did?
I could be wrong, but I was sure Carolyn said at some point,
What?
and it might not have been today, it might have been another day,
What
that
did I
they
say?
know the order that they were killed
Oh, I don't
in.
know. I don't know the order.
Oh, all right then, okay, okay.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, they'll know the order, but we don't.
I don't even know how they know the order.
Okay.
Was
so
that
Yeah,
a-
because
I'll tell you.
transfer of DNA from your first victim to your second victim has the first victim's DNA. The third
Oh, I
victim has
see,
the
it would
first
be
and
found
second.
on the victim, not on the knife.
Well, I
Well,
can't believe
Okay,
Oh,
at
is it?
11:58 a.m., a 911 call. Requested
11
aid.
what?
Okay, 11:58 a.m., a 911 call requested aid for an unconscious person. The call was made from one of the surviving roommate's cell phones inside the residence. Multiple people talked with the 911 dispatcher before the Moscow police arrived at the location.
That's 7 hours.
On
Insane.
November 13th, the surviving roommate summoned friends to the residence because they believed one of the second floor victims had passed out and was not waking up.
That's a long time for her to
But
see
see, it
that
says,
first.
it can't be for her, according to this, this is from the Idaho Police Department. It says, on November 13th, the surviving roommates, not roommate, roommates summoned friends to the residence because they believed one of the second floor victims had passed out and was not waking up. And they say the
See, that's why
victims,
I'm
that's
thinking
Zana or Ethan.
maybe they didn't know they were dead.
Do you think that it might have been Ethan because they said in the affidavit, and I can't remember exactly how they said it.
Right, later determined to be sharp force injury.
Yeah.
But wouldn't
Could it
they have
be
seen Zana, which
stabbed him in the gut
obviously,
and pulled up or
Yeah,
something?
but obviously, according to the officer, it was evident that Zana was deceased with an edged weapon. She had edged injuries consistent with an edged weapon. He didn't
It's
say
not
that
always
she looked
Sharp edge, didn't say.
sharp edge. Yeah, yeah. I'm just paraphrasing. You know what I mean?
Well,
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Ethan, they don't say, his throat wasn't slit.
Right, it could be
That-
so, but wouldn't they, if they are seeing him in that room, they can't miss her. The rooms are small, so yeah,
Yeah.
it's just weird. I don't know.
She
It
was
doesn't make
stomach.
sense. I really want to eventually read their depositions.
Yeah, oh yeah, I want to see their interviews.
Carolyn, maybe
Oh, that
it
too.
was on her stomach, whoever it was, they thought was passed out, and they didn't,
But the officers went
know
in,
until
and
they rolled them over and saw
I don't
the-
think they did. I mean, I don't know.
They said it was horrendously bloody.
Yes,
Sandra.
that's.
I know.
And
Well, they must
how is that footprint a latent footprint that is
I
not
don't know.
seen with the human eye? So and I'm not understanding any of this. The naked eye.
Could the floor have been washed or waxed?
That's what I'm
earlier?
saying. Was he cleaning up? But he didn't have time. You saw how quick he had to do this in a matter of minutes.
No,
Yeah, that
he
was
didn't
quick.
clean up, but is it possible that the girls had maybe washed or waxed the floors and consequently a footprint was left in the wax or whatever on the floor? I don't know.
Are the Vans even his size footprint? Does he wear Vans? I don't know.
Well, I would think, being as they included it in the affidavit.
Right? Yeah, I know.
At least he left some clues.
And nobody tried to grab that sheath off him. Their DNA and would be on there too. It was a singular DNA on the snap that belonged to him. So,
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
so that's all.
Paladin
all I-
says the narrative regarding Dylan is incomplete and won't be complete until the trial. It will all come out. Correct, Paladin. I agree. And Judy says, still not calling police after seeing him dressed like that to me is weird unless she was intoxicated. Pudding says neighbors surveillance video heard noises and a loud thud. Yes.
Is
Carol
that all
P says-
is that all the DNA they have? Is that one little bit on
Well, but you have to remember, this is the probable cause for the arrest affidavit. After this, they've gone through his apartment, his office, and the Elantra. You don't know what else they could have now. They took a lot of stuff out of that apartment.
but from the house, they only have one thing with DNA, that
Right,
one little
well,
bit?
that doesn't, no, it doesn't mean that it's all that they put in the probable cause.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no, they might have a lot more.
Yeah, they don't put everything in the probable cause, just enough to get the, arrest
Ah.
warrant.
Good.
Carolyn,
What?
what is this you guys keep mentioning a sheet? That's what I wanted to ask.
A
What's
sheet?
this about a sheet?
Who's mentioning a sheet?
Debbie just mentioned a sheet and you said
Sheath,
something.
sheath,
Sheath
sheath.
for the knife.
sheath.
Sheath.
Oh my
DH.
gosh, okay.
Sheath.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Miracle ear, please
Yes,
sponsor us.
I meant to
Hashtag.
ask you that earlier today too.
That's all right, Scooter, I'm the same.
Oh, wow. Oh, my
Nikki says the
goodness.
probable cause is likely the tip of the iceberg in terms of forensics and circumstantial evidence. Yeah. Miracle Heart says, yeah, screams, something like a scream was recorded. Yeah, I read that in there. Yep, a knife cover, Jenny D once says. Sheet. Pudding says, based off the video catching him speed away, he was gone by 4:20. Yes, he was gone quickly. The affidavit is a redacted version and doesn't have to align with what's produced at trial. Exactly, Pauline. It is a redacted version. There is stuff missing, yes.
What about the DoorDash guy?
Yeah, I know. We had never heard about the DoorDash guy, right?
Crazy. He was there right at the same time.
And you know, a sheath was mentioned by this guy in one of the message groups starting in November, was talking about a sheath in a really weird way.
Really?
And that a lot of people thought it was the killer because of the way he kept talking about this sheath. And he said
Where
that
was
the
he, where was
DNA
he talking about it?
in a group. Yeah, this
Who's
guy.
probably the killer?
Well, or somebody from law enforcement that was under a, or like somebody that got a hold of something. You know, there was somebody saying like, oh, somebody FBI's wife called in to a show and gave information from the affidavit and stuff. But I don't think it's a wife of anybody like that. I think it could be somebody who knows in these offices, maybe, that's getting information and going under fake names to throw this stuff out there. It was too creepy, what he said about the sheath. It was creepy.
Wow.
Especially
Ooh.
about the DNA on the snap on like November 30th. They're out where they're saying crap.
Did
Oh
you
my
see
gosh.
that?
What?
Did you see it, Carolyn?
Yeah.
Did you see that?
Yes. That's why when somebody said someone brought it out for the first time yesterday, I said, where have you been? That crap's been going around for weeks in here.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I didn't hear that. Yeah, all this stuff is news to me. I've been out of the loop.
Yeah, I also wonder if he thought Dylan had contacted the police. The DNA was on the snap of the plate cover.
Yeah, a lot came out today with this affidavit.
Mm-hmm. A lot did, yeah. Absolutely.
Do you think they're gonna, what about the pullovers? I've seen the tapes of him getting pulled over.
Yeah, right. I know those have to be.
Now,
I've requested that stuff, so we'll see what happens.
Was there anything on his hands? It looked to me like there were scratches and all kinds of stuff on
Well,
his hands.
and then on another stop, it didn't look like it. But today, if I took some pictures of when he was let out, you could see his hands were red from the handcuffs. Looks like sliding back and forth, but somewhere along it looks like there might be something here. But I don't know. You know, you never know.
But in the car, it looks like he has marks on his
Yeah,
hands.
in the one, but in the second one, it doesn't.
But that won't be admissible because they pulled him over for that, to see if he did have that, and that was probably not admissible.
Okay, Christine, that would be good. Then that would help me. If I was trying to find somebody else, you say she mentioned a sheath in her first interview. Let me look for that. Let me check
Oh,
type it
wow.
out. That would be helpful because that would let me see.
So that could be where the person got it.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, but this person was saying that there was DNA on it, which is, let me see, which could be just a normal thing, but
Yeah.
Well, it didn't take very long from the time that they publicized that they were looking for a white Elantra. I think it was only about
okay.
4 days before that police officer ran the plates on his number on his white Elantra and saw that he kind of looked like on his driver's license photo, like the person that
Bushy eyebrows,
was
yeah.
described,
Bushy eyebrows.
yeah.
Really?
Kathy Mabut
Yeah.
says the victims did not die from a murder-suicide and does not think toxicology reports will be relevant in the cause and manner of death. And this is on November 15th. So then she says, let's see. Mabut has served as coroner 16 years, blah, blah, blah. She did, okay. It was a very sad scene with 4 murdered college students, she recalled. She confirmed the students were killed with a sharp object, but did not specify what the object was. She said she will know more after the autopsies are conducted on Wednesday, but she does not believe it was murder-suicide. Post-autopsy, Mabut said she will be responsible for determining the cause and manner of death of all 4 victims. She said she does not believe toxicology reports will be relevant in the actual cause of death in this. She said that this is not the first homicide case she has been involved in. Let's see. On Wednesday, November 16th, the Moscow Police Department held a press conference with the Idaho State Police and the University of Idaho President Scott Green to provide more information. According to police, early in the evening, victims Zaina Kernoodle and Ethan Chapin were at a party on campus away from the crime scene. Madison and Kaylee were at a bar and came home at 1:45 a.m. When police arrived on scene for a wellness check, officers found 4 victims and other people who were not hurt. Officers say there were no signs of forced entry into the residence. When police arrived, the door was still open. Police are still saying that this was an isolated, targeted attack. The suspect is still on the loose, and they can't say there's no threat to the community. There was no attempt at robbery. Officers did not reveal who the 911 caller was. Moscow police don't know an accurate timeline of where the victims were before their deaths. The location of a weapon at this time is unknown. Okay, so she didn't say anything at that time. Let me go to the next one. Let me go to December 9th and see if coroner who ruled 4 University of Idaho students were stabbed to death is also a defense. Okay, I know that. Let's see. This is about that. Isn't that interesting that Palouse River Drive, they're talking about her being a defense attorney, and police arrived at the home on Palouse River Drive to find Leonard's wife with blood on her nose. That's about that guy that beat his wife up that time, and he lives on that Palouse River Drive where he was exiting. Okay, and let's see.
Oh. Paladin says, saying Dylan was walking around in a total shock is a stretch. She's a normal, healthy young adult And more likely, she did call 911 and the narrative controlled for a reason.
And what?
For a reason. For her, you know, for her protection right now or until.
Oh, she did? She did
No,
call
no, no,
911.
no, they're just speculating.
Right, yeah.
The person
she's-
in the chat is
I mean,
speculating.
Paladin's saying that. That's what Paladin's thinking.
Okay, so nothing about her talking about the knife sheath there. So, Christine, can you send me a link to an article where that happens? Because, where she does mention a knife sheath, would you please do that? If you know where to find that? That would be great.
Oh, you have an early appointment tomorrow, Nicole? Okay, get some rest.
Oh, I thought you meant me. I'm like, I don't have an early appointment. My appointment's in the afternoon. Okay.
I'm so glad I have you guys.
Oh, yeah, we're glad to have you, Al. Okay, let's see.
I'm glad that,
Good night, Nicole, sweet dreams.
Where's Nicole?
She has to go to, she's in the chat, but she's got to go to an early appointment, she said.
going to bed so she can get some rest.
She's not going to, don't worry, Al. She'll be, you know, if we sign off, she'll be up. I guarantee you. She doesn't sleep. She says she's going to go sleep, but she doesn't.
I got to be,
Let's see. Where is my, is that my? That's not, I don't know where my Google, what did I do with my Google? Did I get rid of it?
oh, Paladin, that's your opinion. You're allowed your opinion.
Okay, let me go back over here. And then I saw an interview tonight with Kaylee's mother and father saying they are, yeah, again, reiterated about the death penalty and that 100% they're for the death penalty. And they said at any time they would switch places and have their girls, because they call Madison their daughter, Madison and Kaylee be in prison for the rest of their life because they could still talk to them, they would still be there, and they would switch places at any time and have that. So they don't want that for him. They want, they said that he made a decision to play
Right.
God and take their lives, and they don't want that.
Do you think he'll get the death penalty?
So they want him to get it or they don't?
They want him to be killed.
Okay. Because I saw two tonight where they also said that they forgive him for what
You that
Who said that?
Kaylee's
Who
parents?
said that?
Yes, Kaylee's parents.
Was it on the News Nation thing?
Yes.
Because
Did
I
they
didn't.
forgive him?
The 1 minute,
Yeah, I saw a 1 minute thing too, and it was about that they're so happy that they live in Idaho, and they want death.
I wonder if he'll get it. Do you think he'll get it? The death penalty?
Possible. It's
Well, Lori
Entirely
Vallow and Chad
possible.
Daybell are up for it, so I think so.
I
You have no
hope he
clue how to
gets
find
it.
stuff. The first video.
I agree with it too, yes.
He might say, I'll tell you why I did it and how I did it if you don't give me the death penalty.
Paladin, it wasn't her that ordered.
No,
the,
Paladin. That was Zaina that ordered the food and was on
yeah.
TikTok.
It was the girl that was killed.
They said they would forgive him, but still want the death penalty. Snow said. Okay.
He could take a plea and they take death penalty off the table.
And they might say, how did you do it? Why did you do it? And he'll say, I'll tell you everything. You take the death penalty off the table.
You know what, though, they need to, if they're gonna do the death penalty, it should not be 20+ years.
Thank you.
Yeah, it never happens. You sit on
Should
death
be
penalty.
behind the jail.
Well, they
when
have to
it's
because
filed.
they're allowed so many appeals.
We need to stop that.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
then you wouldn't want that if they say if you're wrongly accused or somebody in your family
Yeah.
is, and then you'd be like, oh great, yeah, he was innocent. Yeah,
It
so
takes
they-
so many years. It takes so many years to go through.
In the state I live in murder is automatically, if you're found guilty, automatic life imprisonment. 20 years before you can go up for parole.
That's not like in prison.
There's, I think, Western Australia, Queensland, and one other state in Australia has automatic life imprisonment for murder, if you're found guilty of murder.
I thought Australia,
20
somebody told me a long
years,
time ago
20
that they
years
only had
would mean
like
that
12
Scott
years for
Peterson
like
could go
murdering their
free.
wife.
What's that, Carolyn?
Somebody told me that was in Australia a few years ago that Australia's laws were really lenient and somebody got like only 12 years for murdering their wife.
Well,
Wow.
in Queensland, it's automatic.
That's
life
it.
imprisonment.
But I heard, Carolyn, I read an article where they were very lenient.
Yeah.
No, it's not true. Look it up. Queensland has automatic life imprisonment if you're found guilty of murder, and you cannot be paroled until 20 years is up, and if it's an underage person, it's 25 years before you're eligible for parole. Western Australia is the same, and there's
Well,
one
do
other.
they-
Now, other places
do
in
they-
Australia, I can't speak for those.
Do they have life without possibility of parole there?
I don't know how that works, Sharon, actually. I just know
Because like
it's
Chris
automatic.
Watts, for instance, he would not be that old if he got out in 20 years. Look at Scott Peterson would be out right now.
Yeah, that's my state. And they have the death penalty, but they didn't use it.
They don't use it. No, they don't.
No, Scott Peterson will be on death row forever.
Which works for me.
But if you charge with multiple murders, you have to serve that term. If the DA chooses to do it that way, you have to serve that murder term, and then that murder term, and then the next murder term, which is what called stack. That makes a difference if you kill more than one.
Right. He'll never get out of jail. Scott Peterson. But I don't think we'll ever see him get put to death.
Oh, no, he's not going to be. The death penalty, they overturned that. So it's
I hope to God he doesn't ever get out.
Oh, he won't. That's for sure. Because he killed Lacey and the baby and Connor.
Get out 10, 15 years.
Oh, that's right, I forgot. They could use the child, the unborn child. Now, this is what's sad, is that the child can only get 15 years.
But
Well,
it still adds to his time.
I agree. But, you know, it's a shame that a child couldn't get the full.
What do you mean? The child? What child?
Many times, when you're
Connor.
charged with the death of
Oh, yeah, no, I understand. I thought you meant, no.
15 years.
I thought you were talking about Bella and Cece. Never mind, don't worry about it. Paladin said FBI had a much bigger role in this
Nico only got 15.
than made
Who?
public.
Who?
And then Shannon's unborn.
Then had to be because this all spanned multiple states.
This guy, Bryan, will never see the light of day.
No. And he doesn't seem to be too upset by it, and he's smiling like crazy. And
I know.
No, he doesn't seem to, I think he thinks he's so clever that he's gonna get off.
I think he's really
do.
enjoying like seeing this process from the inside.
You think?
Maybe he.
I think so. I think he's like, you know, hey guys, I'm doing a study. Like, you know that 60 days in or whatever that is, where these people agree to be locked up and they're not supposed to tell anybody, but they're agreeing to be locked up. Who knows what he's saying in there? Who knows if he's telling these guys, hey, look, this is all arranged by the FBI and everything. None of these people, it's all, we're doing it. This is a social experiment. You know, I can't say anything. Who knows what the hell he's doing? I don't even know. I really
His
don't.
life mission in this world. I mean, who knows?
I don't know what he's doing.
Maybe he thinks he was meant to do this.
Yeah, I was thinking he was thinking it was an experiment.
Yeah, because I mean, he was doing that research.
I'd
and
like
Well,
you-
then they can give him the death penalty as an experiment.
Tracy, why does it sound like you're on a walkie-talkie? Doesn't it sound like Tracy's on a walkie-talkie?
Yes, absolutely.
Judy in the comment section said I'm wrong. What's up for Queensland, Judy? You'll see. I'm reading it right here. If you're convicted of murder in Queensland, then the punishment is life imprisonment, which cannot be mitigated or varied. It's for Queensland. Where you live, it might be different.
But 20 years is not life. 20 years is 20 years.
It's just up for parole after 20.
Yes, I understand.
Yeah.
But if that were the case, Scott Peterson could technically get out. He already.
Right, yeah.
No, he hasn't been in there for 20 years yet.
Yeah,
he
yes, he
has.
has.
Yeah.
Scott Peterson has been in for 20 years?
Yes,
pretty darn close, if not.
yes,
That's 20 years?
yeah.
Pretty close.
Well, I don't know if she's been dead for 20 years.
Well, wait,
No, I don't know
wasn't
how
it
far
Christmas?
along
Hold on a
after.
minute. Christmas Eve of 2002, wasn't it?
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
So
'Cause I
he maybe
remember
hasn't been
thinking-
in for two, but he's been in because they've had him in custody since then, right? Since April.
Right.
Oh
So
my
just
gosh,
20
that's
years.
20 years ago?
yeah,
Yeah.
he's 50.
I'm
Isn't
thinking
Scott
that
50 years old now?
Yeah, he's 50. He's
Yeah.
50. Yep.
Oh my gosh.
My time flies, right?
I mean, you kill somebody when you're 18 and you're out at
Yeah, but I mean, you would get life without the
38
possibility of
years
parole.
old. Oh my gosh, you're still a young person.
I can't believe that's 20 years ago.
Yeah,
Wow.
20. Yeah, and then something.
That's something.
Al,
Yeah.
I was just saying, nobody heard me, that Lexi, you know, my granddaughter,
Uh-huh.
will be 20 this month. And I remember thinking at the time that their little Connor was probably, wasn't he supposed to be born like
I
February of
think he
03?
would be, let me see, he would be 18, isn't it? 18
Oh.
in February.
No, wouldn't he be 20?
No, because she was killed
Lexi would be
in
20.
No, she was killed in 2022. And he would have born 2023.
Who?
No, not
2003.
2023. Wait a minute. 2003. Hold on a minute. I'm losing my mind.
Girl, what you talking about there?
Okay, 2000. Thought it was
I
2002.
think of things too. I always
Yes, would
think
be yes, would be
my
turning 20. Yes,
were
right. Would be turning 20 in February.
Wow.
He would be Lexi's age, I believe. Just like a month younger, maybe.
No, wait a minute.
Lexi was born.
Hold on a minute.
January
2003.
She was born
Yeah,
03,
20.
January.
Okay. Let me see. Now I've got to get something here. Where's the thing? I have to send you a message.
Who?
You. Where's the thing?
I cannot believe that's 20 years.
I know,
I'm
right?
shocked.
Elle, you look like you were a kid then.
about the other Scott Peterson,
No, you mean Michael.
the guy that was the cop.
No,
Oh,
that's
Beverly
Drew. That's Drew.
He was right in the time period.
Didn't he kill 3 wives?
Drew Peterson.
Yeah,
and
but
there's
they
Michael
couldn't.
Peterson.
One's missing, body never found. They only convicted him on one. The body they exhumed.
Right.
They said he died in a bathtub that was dry, and so they convicted him of that murder. But the other wife, present wife, never was to be
He
found.
was quite the character.
Yeah, but think about it. He might be eligible. It happened around the same time, maybe a couple years later, but it's close.
Snow wanted to know, Carolyn, if you looked up the Papa Roger profile in the Facebook group. I think you mentioned it before.
Did I look it up?
Yeah, that's what Snow's comment in the chat.
Yeah, I saw it, but I don't know what, Snow, what do you, specifically, what are you asking me, Snow? I saw the comments. I'm not sure what you're asking. Okay, let's see. Okay, let me go back and see what Snow's saying. Hi, Marianne.
Marianne,
Thank you for
member
being
for
a-
29 months, well done.
Thank you for being a member for
Deputy
29 months,
Wagner.
Marianne. Yay!
Nice.
Yeah, it's very
Very
nice.
good.
Okay, and let's see.
Congrats, Marianne.
I keep putting my card through to be, to renew my membership because I got a new card and I don't know why, but it won't.
Oh, just give me your card number. I'll run it through and then use it
Hard
maybe a couple of
time.
other things. Just send me your card number, expiration and the CVV
Are
code.
you checking with me?
I'll take care of it and then I might use it for a couple of other things.
I trust you, Carolyn. Actually, I trust you, Carolyn. I would give it to you.
Delivery incomplete. There was a temporary problem. Deliver.
What the heck?
Well, what's that?
I don't know, it's so loud I can't hear.
It's her, she can't figure out how to stop that
my
voice
eardrums
on her
out.
her-
Tracy's mic is really loud.
I
isn't
know
it?
it is. It's very loud.
I have headphones and I have to keep snatching them out.
Just let me know, guys, so I can turn it down.
Yeah, just try if you can turn your mic down a little and see if it's better.
Really loud.
Now,
It's because it's
The
really
same.
loud.
Right again.
I don't know what to do.
Yeah, it's the same.
Do you have a mic button where you can adjust the volume?
Yeah, just lower the
I
volume.
did. It's down to almost nothing.
You
Wow.
must be doing the wrong.
I can barely hear you.
Oh, you must be doing the wrong volume. You're
Yeah,
probably
you're doing
doing
the
your
wrong
volume and not your mic
Oh,
volume.
okay. Hold on.
Boy.
I didn't want to say anything, but
Oh,
it's the one complaining.
Please do tell me. How am I gonna know?
Yeah, it's still super loud.
yeah.
Wherever your volume is
Hi,
for
61.
your microphone, that's what you need to turn down, Tracy.
Yeah, you have to go to like your sound mixer or something. Find your mic.
Is
or
mine a bit
Oh, and your
loud,
I don't know what you're on, but if you have like
How's mine?
applications.
How's mine?
Everybody's is good except
me
for
see.
Tracy.
Say it again. Say something. Say something now, Tracy.
She's still muted. She's trying to figure it out.
She's on mute.
I
Can you
thought-
hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're fine.
Yeah. That one's getting paranoid.
Oh, yeah, I know, right? Yeah, we are. Except me, because nobody can ever hear
Sharon,
me.
you're never loud.
Still, what did you want to know about that profile?
What was that?
I was just asking Snow what they wanted to know. November 30th. Oh, I have it. I have that post. Yeah, the one about the sheath. I have it. I read it before when we were in Zoom. I can read it again on November 30th. Okay.
Yeah, Ben.
Okay. So, let me go over here. So they say that this is why I'm asking that if that other woman could help me out with this, that the coroner mentioned this, because according to what people are saying in this group, no time had a sheath ever been mentioned in public yet. Why did he say he's led to believe they found the sheath? This was on November 30th. and this is someone called Papa Roger, who said, of the evidence released, the murder weapon has been consistent as a large fixed blade knife. This leads me to believe they found the sheath. This evidence was released prior to autopsies. But I just read what the coroner said prior to the autopsies and did not see her say anything about a sheath. Okay, then there's this banter back and forth with this person and another person, and they're saying like, well, which hand is he? You know, let me see here. Let me get something here.
Oh, is this Papa Rogers talking?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, that's supposed to be the killer.
It's supposedly, but that profile wasn't deleted until after he was in jail.
Papa Roger. Oh.
Papa Roger.
Who's that? Oh, the person.
That guy that I read you. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So Papa Roger asked one guy, how did the killer hold the knife prior to entering the scene, in your opinion? It sounds like the way Bryan asked those questions. And then
Yeah.
he'd say things like, which hand did he hold it in? Like, was he right-handed or left-handed? Which hand? And
Right.
this person that was discussing was getting like frustrated. I said, I don't know. Why would you even ask me? You know, and it just went on, but it just was crazy about some stuff that they were asking that was just weird.
So they think it was Bryan doing that?
Yeah.
People are saying that, you know, but it could be, but it doesn't fit that it was deleted. So what if it was somebody that was in law enforcement and not to say it's an officer, but maybe someone that saw the affidavits and stuff in the office or on the computer or something and got some information that wasn't out there that has a
Right.
fake profile. We don't know.
Oh.
Could be a lot of, I mean, there's more explanations than just Bryan.
Right.
Yeah.
But it could have been him, right?
Yeah, that one, yeah,
It
I guess
could have
if
been.
somebody would, if he could got somebody to delete the other profile, I don't know.
Oh, Elle,
Yes.
I wanted to ask you,
Yeah.
how did you feel when, you know, the arrest of him came out and everything, when we got the news? Were you shocked or what?
I gave everybody the news.
Yeah, she was the one that's
Oh,
freaking
you're the
out.
one?
Yeah.
I was the one that
She
announced
freaked
it.
She was freaking out, and Linda was like, "Oh, like this." I'm sorry. It's like, "What's going on, Linda?" Because I was. She's like, "Oh, Elle was here. She was freaking out. There's an arrest." Or so. I said, "There's an arrest," and she was like, "Yeah, but I don't know." You know how Linda's just like so nonchalant, like no biggie. She'll probably be back later. She was freaking. She's probably calling mommy. I heard her like saying this, but she was so like, you know. And then when I got on to the Zoom, then Linda's telling me it was an entirely different person. If I would have listened to Linda and went live, oh my gosh, you don't even know who she told me. I'm not going to say the name, but who it was, and that there was this person, and this person that was on live saying it was that person. And I'm like, are you serious? And then she was giving me these other names. And I was like, what the heck? You know, wow, if I would have ever just went live. And then she's like, well, I don't know. Elle was like really excited, but who knows?
I
Who
was
knows
freaking
if it's
out.
true?
That's what I
Whatever.
wanted to know. Yeah, they were freaking out. I bet you
Oh, I
were.
was freaking
Yeah.
out.
And I'm like, Linda, my gosh, come on. You got to help. Are you serious? This is what we're waiting for.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe my ears.
Yeah,
What about
she's
you,
got-
Debbie? Were you excited?
Oh, I couldn't believe it. I
Oh,
looked at my
yeah.
phone as soon as I got up, because that's what I always do, sadly. And right away, it popped up. All these channels, you know, the news that they have this arrest, and I'm like, oh, I started reading, I'm like, oh my gosh, it's nobody that we even, you know, we didn't know about.
Right?
Yes. Remember
Yeah, I know
this?
that outside looking in and inside looking out. Yeah. But they,
Like, who's this guy?
Remember, because we were
Right?
saying,
Yeah.
maybe we would all be surprised, right?
right?
Yeah, I didn't think it was the ex-boyfriend, and I kept thinking it was somebody from the outside. No, it had to be somebody who knew. Yeah, but
I would have,
he did know them ish. It wasn't just somebody who just decided, oh, I'm just gonna go and walk in this house and kill people.
Right, Deirdre? I know.
Yeah.
I would have bet the farm it was Jack D. I would have bet the farm.
I don't know why I didn't think he did it, but yeah, the poor guy.
Right at the end, I started
If Xana
thinking,
received a DoorDash order around 4 a.m., why were Kaylee and Maddie calling Jack so many times? Yeah, I don't know, unless it had something to do with the dog. Maybe he was supposed to pick up the dog or something. I don't know.
Okay, here's the thing about the DoorDash thing. Did they say what it was?
Well, there was something about the Jack in the Box. I know I had read that, and then people were like, no,
Oh.
she didn't get a Jack in the Box. I thought, how crazy if he pretended to be a DoorDash delivery man. Like, imagine this, right? If you're stalking a house or something, you grab a fast food bag and you're like, hey, DoorDash, I got it on my, right?
Yeah.
And then, like, they'd be like, oh, sorry, wrong house, man. Right? As long as you have that
oh,
bag.
don't give anybody ideas, Caroline.
Well, sorry, but
Well,
I was thinking that they were going to say that he brought, because they said that Jack in the Box, somebody said a long time ago, it was near Washington. And they were saying, if anybody's thinking that he was bringing the DoorDash or whatever. And then when I found out, like, wait a minute, she really did get a DoorDash. But they say they spoke to the driver. Yeah, it's just weird. Yeah.
How does this guy get away with this? I mean, 6 people in the house, DoorDash guy at the door, dog in the house. How does he get away with killing 4 people with a knife?
Jenny D.
Especially within 20 minutes or less of them getting a DoorDash. I mean, I don't know how long it takes you guys to eat, but I'm
Okay,
not super
so there's a
speedy.
Jack in the Box picture inside the door. Here, I'll show you.
It's insane.
Well,
There's so much going on at this house.
It's very odd. The DoorDash thing really threw me because I thought, holy cow, they ordered something. It's
Wouldn't that
delivered,
deter you?
and then
Wouldn't
they're
it deter you?
killed within less than 20
Less
minutes.
than 20 minutes
later?
before she was stabbed to death, and it was actually, it seems less than even that.
Yeah.
The 20-year-old marketing major's final meal, likely Jack in the Box, as the post pictures taken inside the house show, were dropped off by a driver at the house at King Road in Moscow at 4 a.m., according to the probable cause affidavit. Kernoodle was active on her phone at 4:12 a.m., but had been murdered alongside her boyfriend by 4:25, investigators believe. And
That's
here's
crazy.
God, that's crazy. That is crazy.
Yeah.
that is.
Like the house was a buzz. It wasn't like everybody was like quiet and sleeping.
Right.
They're getting food delivered. She was on TikTok. You know what I mean?
Wow.
Gosh, I mean, look, we're on here. A lot at 4
Well, don't say that now. What are you saying? One of us is going to be killed?
Scooter, don't put the
Yeah.
kibosh whammy on us.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I'm just saying, yeah.
But it wasn't like everybody was just sleeping and everything was quiet.
No, which is what I thought.
This says,
Right.
This says Xana, okay, Jack in the Box. But people didn't know, well, okay, is that from that night or what? But it's over there by the sink. Did an officer put it at the sink? Did she come in and grab it and take it? This looks like something different from Starbucks or another place. I don't know, this shake, I don't know. It has lipstick on it maybe. So it might be one of the girls' drinks, who knows. The plant, the dirt is out of the plant. I don't know whether someone just dropped it or, there's dishes and stuff in the sink. So for people saying that they thought he might have washed up in the sink, there's dishes and pots and everything in that sink.
Oh, I see it has
So-
Sam on the bag.
Here I thought it was so quiet everywhere in that house that he had time to shower, he had time
Yeah.
to change.
No.
Oh, yeah.
I knew
No.
we didn't shower in the house.
Well, I mean, originally, it was certainly something that flitted through my mind
And so where was the Jack in the
Because
Box?
there was
thing?
nothing left outside.
I thought maybe he brought a bag.
Yeah.
What did he do? Do we know yet?
Okay, Jack in the Box is at 710 West Pullman Road.
So how far is it?
And wait a minute, it says permanently closed.
Permanently
Oh.
closed.
That one, yeah. So I think that they're right. The one that she had to get from is towards Pullman, Washington. Let me see.
How far will DoorDash deliver?
I don't know. We get no DoorDash. We don't even get
I
door
have a
crawl.
gift card.
Door crawl. Nothing available here.
Mm-hmm.
That's how it is down in Buffalo too. There's no DoorDash down there.
I remember when I was a kid, we lived in a, it was a small town, but there was our pharmacy delivered.
Oh,
We had
yeah?
a milk van.
Oh, yeah.
We could still get Chicken Delight delivered, and I think there were some pizza places that delivered to us. Yeah.
Our pharmacy will deliver here.
Really?
Yeah. It's only a mile.
Oh, CVS, yes.
Yes, CVS will deliver.
What a great thing. Having a milkman. You always
No,
need milk.
everything
Butter,
delivers here.
eggs. Yeah.
There was
just
a chip guy that used to come around. Charles Chips used to drive around.
unbelievable.
Really?
We didn't even know how good we had it.
Who knew?
Pharmacy
Everything
delivered.
delivers here.
My mom would get stuff from the drugstore, and they'd bring ice cream too. That I remember for sure. Rexall.
Plains Pharmacy. I
Oh,
still
that's
remember
all.
that. Plains Pharmacy.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
It's called Rexall Drug.
Rex,
Yeah.
yeah, we have the old Rexall drug right downtown. They have this sign when they
Oh,
were on
really?
that. Oh, yeah. They still have it.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so let's see. I'm trying to find out when that is. Let's see. Where's the Jack in the
I
Box?
couldn't. Carolyn, it's okay if I say hi to people, isn't it?
Sure it is.
Yes.
No.
Okay, so
Yeah.
there's a Jack in the Box
No.
at let me see. There's one in Pullman, Washington, at 310 Northeast Stadium Way.
How far away is that?
Pullman is what? It's like 10 minutes.
10 miles or 10 minutes?
And I
There's a
believe that is the one that somebody was saying, because the other one looks like it's permanently closed. We don't have a Jack in the Box. I remember we had a Jack in the Box once when I was a kid, and then it closed. I remember the little Jack in the Box, and I liked them.
We don't
I
have.
don't remember
We have
anything about
one.
I don't remember anything about the food, but I remember the actual little Jack in the Box thing. I don't even think it was maybe it was a drive-through at like one of the first of its kind. And it was a little Jack in the Box. I couldn't tell you a thing about the food. Just remember the Jack in the Box.
I remember the Jack in the Box too. It was like there was one in all of Michigan. And
And then
I
I remember it
think
closed
it
down.
felt
It was
that
never
way.
never again. Closed down
yeah,
and never
they
again.
closed here too,
We
but
don't
I
have
can
like good fast food
remember.
like this. I'd like to have a Jack in the Box. The food looks pretty good here.
I remember In-N-Out burgers. Elle probably knows them.
Yes, we have In-N-Out Burger.
Yeah, we don't have
Yeah, I don't know if they've changed because it's been a lot of years, but I used to like those burgers, Elle, at In-N-Out.
Oh, they were
They're
good.
excellent. They're excellent.
I get mine animal style protein
Yep.
stuff.
Animal style.
Yep. Try protein style. You'll like it.
Yeah, with the lettuce.
Yes, wrapped in lettuce. It's so
Yeah.
good. Yeah.
Okay, so it
We don't have any
says
of that here. I only got to try Jack in the Box and In-N-Out out west.
I said Jack in the Box closest to Moscow and I get the Pullman, Washington one.
Okay, then.
It's still open right now. Closes soon, it says. I
Okay.
could place a call and ask them if they're the
It
closest
must
to
be
us.
open 24
Open
hours on the
soon.
weekend.
Wait, yeah, because they got a delivery
At 4 a.m.
So,
But it was a
Just-
Saturday, it was a
hours?
Saturday night.
okay.
And it's a college town, right?
Oh, yeah, it's two college towns if you think about it.
Yeah, true.
They're open, let's see, Thursday through Saturday, 6 a.m. to 2 a.m.
Still at 4 a.m.
How does
How
she-
did this work?
Well,
How
what,
did she
did
get
the
that order
delivery
for?
driver get lost and was he 2 hours late?
Oh, well, the food would be horrible by then, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it really would
She get
be.
a delivery
Oh, yeah.
at 4
Well,
a.m.
I don't know. Would you like to call them
Was
and
it
ask them?
holiday hours?
Could you call them and ask them?
Yes.
Was it a holiday?
Oh, wasn't it?
Did you have holiday hours?
On November 13th,
13th?
what
Where's
were
the
your
time?
hours?
I'm just curious.
That
How
wasn't a
could someone
holiday.
have got a 4 a.m. DoorDash unless
Oh,
the
no,
driver
it
was
wasn't a
really
holiday, It was
slow?
in November.
That's
Wow,
weird. That's very weird.
That doesn't make sense.
No.
Oh, I wonder, do you think it was a legitimate DoorDash?
They
Could
said
it have
they
been
said they
him?
spoke to the driver. Did the driver get lost? I mean, what the heck happened to the driver?
How could you be
Was the
lost
little
for 2
driver
hours?
so lively and quick we knew in a moment? It must be Saint Nick. I don't know what happened
That's
to the
very
driver.
Oh, I flew like a flash.
Does anybody know why the DoorDash was so late?
That's strange.
I can't even imagine. I absolutely have no idea.
That's very strange.
It is
Are
very
we
strange.
sure it was a Jack in the Box that
Was the
The
music
DoorDash
playing
brought?
loud? What music playing loud?
What about, it couldn't have been Taco Bell, could it? Because Taco
No,
Bell
it said
is
Jack in
open.
the Box.
You're sure it was Jack in the Box? It says Jack in the Box?
Yeah,
Oh,
Wow.
I didn't know it said that.
it says it in the, doesn't it say it in the affidavit as well? Jack in the Box?
Don't remember that part.
Well,
Boy,
that's strange.
that
Then.
is very,
Maybe the other one wasn't closed before. Maybe it just closed up recently.
Some drivers deliver multiple orders,
Maybe.
and by the time they get it to you, your food could be cold. The Jack in the
Kevin's
Box near me
delivery
is
is open
Coffee and
24
Conversation.
hours.
Says the Jack in the Box near her is open 24/7. But this is not,
oh,
it says 2 a.m. on the weekends. You have a Jack in the Box. The only thing you wind up scary like clowns. Oh, I see. You don't have one. So if that was the
Kevin
case,
says
Ada
he
would have
looked
been
it up,
eating the Jack in
delivery
the
is
Box
open
when she was
24 hours.
attacked.
Oh, wow.
oh, just the interior, the restaurant closes.
What happened?
Delivery's 24 hours?
Who said that?
Kevin,
Kevin,
Kevin. Nope, it just says DoorDash. I don't get it.
no, neither. That's very strange.
that
Oh, you're
Jack in
talking
the
about the
Box
affidavit
bag
just
should have
says
been from another
DoorDash.
time.
Wait, so the DoorDash is 24/7?
I don't know. Let me go
Um,
back to the affidavit.
if they can get, I don't know. They gotta find people that are willing to do it, right?
Somebody's got to be willing to stay in the Jack in the Box and keep cooking.
That too. I still like their tacos. Greasy little things.
I've never had them.
Oh,
I got
they
a burger.
literally deep fry the whole thing, the meat and the shell. And
Ooh,
then throw cheese
Okay,
and
so-
lettuce in it.
It doesn't say Jack in the Box here, but let me see
Oh.
here. It says her DoorDash. Okay, but everybody's saying it was the Jack in the Box. So let's see if
because of
there's,
that bad in the
Yeah,
kitchen.
maybe just because of that.
Hmm.
Oh, maybe.
That could have been from another time too.
Yeah.
That's very strange.
It is very strange.
Okay, wait.
Hi.
I can testify I can testify to the DoorDash thing.
I do.
Yes.
Okay.
Do you need Scooter to swear you in?
I can do it.
You can do it. Sharon can swear you in. Somebody needs to swear you in if you're going to testify and
Could you-
all.
Raise your right hand, please.
Oh, okay, I can testify to the,
Yeah, but she wants you to
DoorDash
take an
thing.
oath. Sharon would like to swear you in first if you're going to testify, George.
Please, could you raise your right hand?
Well,
Do you swear
yes,
to tell the
I'll
truth,
raise
the
my right
whole
hand.
truth?
Well, first of all, I just want to know if my audio sounds pleasant or horrible, because
Sounds
if it's
pleasant.
horrible, I don't wanna.
It's
A little
pleasant.
loud, but not horrible.
Okay,
Pleasant.
how about here, I've backed up, is that better?
Very good. Yes.
Okay, so around here, DoorDash will deliver as long as the restaurant is open. So in this case, in the affidavit, it just says DoorDash 4 a.m. However, there's also that picture we see on the sink from Jack in the Box, but that doesn't necessarily mean that Jack in the Box delivery to Zana was from that night.
Right.
I mean, the kitchen is a little messy.
Mhm.
It might be, I mean, there's also a plastic drink that's like, it looks like it's starting to mold. It might be that Jack in the Box sack, I mean, not singling out Zana, I'm just saying that it's a college, situation where there's a lot of junk going on in the kitchen that maybe should already have been thrown away. So we don't know for sure that the DoorDash delivery was from Jack in the Box.
Yeah,
Right,
we get it.
yeah.
Yeah, but DoorDash does deliver as long as the restaurant is open. If you're in a town, well, the way it is here, if the restaurant's open, you can order and there will be somebody out there from DoorDash that will go get that food and bring it to you. And that's all thanks to COVID. I mean, we could get anything delivered here. I mean, anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. As long as the store or the restaurant is open. So that's my 2 cents.
Okay.
So you think it was from another night, Carolyn?
Yeah, probably that one because it looks like it was only open to 2 a.m. So
So Mary, maybe a walk-in, but perhaps the drive-through is still open, so that would make the DoorDash open.
So where did she order from at 4 a.m.?
Well, she
Well,
would
all the
have ordered.
affidavit says is DoorDash, so we
At
can't
4
really
a.m..
know. We can't really know what restaurant it was. We just do have that picture that has a sack from Jack in the Box, but we don't know if that was from that night or a different night. I mean, we might be able to zoom in on that and see the date on it. I don't know.
That's what Brad Wilson is asking, if you can zoom in on the Jack in the Box bag. See if there's a time on it.
yeah, no, everybody.
Oh.
I can put it up, but it's hold on.
Or what's her name? Dylan or Bethany could have gone to Jack in the Box that night.
No, but that bag says Zana on it.
Oh, it does.
Oh, and it has a name right on the bag.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
and that's what DoorDash does.
Yeah, it doesn't have a
Oh.
date on it because everybody has sat here and
Yes,
looked.
I
and
don't
looked
even
and looked.
remember.
It
It
does
just has her
say,
name.
24 hours for the
that's
Pullman-
that's weird.
Pullman is not
Washington.
24 hours. It's not. I
Yeah.
just looked it up.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
It's 2
So it's
a.m. on the
not.
weekends.
That's very weird.
And it could not have been
It wasn't Jack in the Box, so it was some other.
no. Taco Bell?
Haven't sent me the message on it, the screenshot
On what?
That's strange.
for the Washington Pullman.
Yeah, but did he get the right one? Because there's a wrong one floating around in there that says 24 hours and it's not it.
Yeah,
Is he sending you the 24-hour one?
Yeah,
Oh, that's not doing your homework, Kevin, because
it
see,
says
some,
Washington.
I know it does, but it's not correct. because
Pulliam or Pullman, whatever.
I'll show you why it's not correct, because you've always got to, you just can't, trust what they put in there, because they don't put the correct thing all the time, okay? All right, let me show you now, Kevin, okay? I'll show you. Okay, Kevin, let me show you this, okay?
Sorry, Kevin, she's yelling at you.
I'm just trying to teach Kevin, giving him some constructive criticism.
Yeah, it's Pulliam,
I'm
Washington.
trying to educate you, Kevin, so you don't make a mistake again all the time, because I know, you know, how embarrassing that is after a while.
Carolyn. Yeah, the coffee cup does look a couple days old, Miracle.
Okay, so here we go. Here's their Facebook page, Kevin, okay? And you can go to their Facebook page, and it says closing soon, 6 to 12 a.m., and then it's open till 2 a.m. on Saturdays. And this is the one in Pullman, Washington, okay? And you can even go check this out on their site, and you will see they are open until 12 a.m. and then 2 a.m. on the weekends.
Does it say for the delivery at all?
I mean, now it is also possible,
Wait,
it's also
1 second,
possible that you could.
Julianne, 1 second, please.
Okay,
The one Kevin sent says the store hours and for Thursday, so I guess for tonight. And then it says delivery 24 hours.
Okay, let's go right now. I want to show you something, okay?
okay, well, based on my experience, it's also possible to order from a restaurant that's open until 2 a.m. and have a DoorDash delivery driver pick it up, but it's not even delivered until 4 a.m. because they've picked up so many orders from so many different restaurants that it takes them 2 hours to finally get to your house and deliver it.
Okay, order
But-
online.
You know, I mean, so it's just that you have to put your order in before the restaurant closes.
Oh,
Okay.
So I'm gonna go to
Okay.
Washington.
That's
And
an awful
that's
lot of time,
right,
2 hours.
and you're annoyed, but you're just glad to get some food at that point. Now, I'm not saying I've ever done that. I just, you know, I've heard,
Washington.
well.
I would if I could. I don't know their delivery radius. I need to ask, I suppose. Because we've got like $80 worth of things, you know, we haven't used.
Really? DoorDash? Sharon?
Yeah.
It's a great thing. I mean, don't expect hot fries. But
Huh?
it's,
It's
I
close,
mean, don't expect your, you
75.
know, French fries to be hot, but otherwise, other things
Yeah.
can mostly be
Yeah.
warmed up in the microwave.
True.
And really, you know,
Does anybody have, okay, I'll find it. Hold on, I need the zip code.
it's better to order, you know, Instacart from the grocery store and make your own food, but, you know, we don't always have enough time for that, so.
Yeah, I don't feel like. When I think about something like that, it's usually super late. I wish
All
Jerry
of these conveniences have come about thanks to COVID.
I know.
Yeah. I mean, it's a
Okay,
mix.
there's quite,
Unfortunate.
there's like Stimson Hall, that must be in the college, I don't know, Stimson Hall.
But I just don't see how the DoorDash guy was there at 4 and Brian got in there.
I know.
4
Minutes later.
And killed 4 people.
I
Yeah.
know.
I mean,
Later.
it's like,
Crazy.
that's what's just like really hard.
I think we just
put
need to make a
miles
live
on.
call to these people.
Isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you know how
Unbelievable.
Carolyn, you know how in the past we've had people go and simulate how long it takes to dig a certain depth of a hole?
Right, yeah.
Maybe we should have somebody simulate like how long would
so
it
here it
take
is. Let me see. Okay,
slash and gash 4 people. I mean,
Okay.
not like in a rude way, but like how could he have done that? I just don't get it.
okay, here we go, Kevin. Here we go. Pullman, Washington. I wish I can make this
Please,
very large.
yeah. Nothing.
Drive-through open 6 a.m. to 12 a.m. Carry out 6 to 10. Delivery 6 a.m. 12 a.m.
What, on Saturdays only, or what?
They're telling you like today. It's only delivery as long as the drive-through is open.
Okay.
That's right.
Kevin said check their Facebook. Okay, here we go. Check, okay, Carolyn.
But Kevin, this is the exact website of the restaurant.
Here it is. He just sent it.
Okay, wait, wait, Kevin, look, here's more. Wait, Kevin, there's more. Oh, look, 4 a.m.
Oh, they were all.
Look at this. Hold on a minute, guys. We got something. 4 a.m. on Saturday.
Okay, there you go.
So not 24 hours, but 4 a.m. on Friday and Saturday.
Which
All
one?
right.
The one in Pullman, Washington.
Oh,
Is
right.
that for 4 a.m.? Okay, now that makes more sense.
Yep.
Friday and Saturday.
Okay.
Okay.
Ah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Carolyn. Woo.
I'll bet they get a lot of orders too.
I bet they do.
College Town? Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, big time.
Oh, yeah.
What is this, Carolyn? Right under there, it says Pullman Jack in the Box. I was here, now open 24 hours, 210 North
Who
East
said
Stadium
this?
Way.
Kevin just wrote that in there?
No, it says that on the Facebook thing.
What
we
Facebook?
sent. Right underneath that.
Oh, their Facebook page?
Yeah.
Yeah, but anybody can write that.
No, it's on the store's Facebook
No,
page.
she's saying that somebody wrote it.
Yeah, it's somebody.
It's somebody. Anybody can write that. Somebody can, how long ago was it written?
I don't know, it's just, I'm not, on there, but it doesn't say right there.
It's kind of irrelevant.
Yeah.
Because Carolyn is be determined that they're open until
It's open till 4
4
a.m. So, okay, Kevin.
Kevin, you were right.
You were
No,
right.
Kevin wasn't
Come
right.
on,
Kevin said they were
Carol,
open
say it.
24 hours.
Oh.
Kevin said 24 hours.
Oh, tell him he was right. He needs to know.
There's a
that.
difference,
Well, it
Kevin.
didn't
You were
say
you
that.
were almost right, Kevin, but
For Thursday, it's
You were right,
almost only
Kevin.
counts
I'll say
in
it.
horseshoes. and handguns.
See, look. Wait, where is it?
There, 6 a.m. to 10 p.m.
Okay, now, look.
Yeah, but that's not, what is that?
Drive-through? No,
But what is
drive-through
that? That's to what? Hold on, put it down. We can't see the whole thing.
Delivery.
I understand, but what, put it down so I can,
Hours.
What
Open
store-
24 hours for
what
delivery.
store? What store?
The,
Pullman.
well, yeah, it says Pullman, Washington, Jack in the Box.
But from where on the website itself? Somebody could put erroneous information out there.
Oh, well, I wouldn't.
That's true.
We could call
you
them
do
if
go
you
to the
like. If you'd
restaurant-
like me to call them and settle this, we can call them.
Yes, do. Ask them, call them and ask.
Oh my gosh.
They're open.
Okay, well, let's say Jack.
Kevin goes, see, I'm still wrong.
All right, let's see if there's a number to
right,
call these
Kevin.
people.
Oh, you're not wrong.
You are on the air. You need to say that. That would be.
Oh, no, I'm
You're in the
okay.
headline.
I'm okay because I'm in New York.
Kevin says, I'm not trying to be right, just relaying info I found.
All right, okay, everybody be quiet and don't be like hyenas. I'm gonna call them.
Boy, don't be like hyena.
Yes.
There goes my hyena impersonation.
I'm just gonna tell them I'm with some friends and we're just. Yeah, hi, I have a question for you. How late can you get like DoorDash? Because my friends are all here and they're saying, some are saying it's 24 hours and some are saying it's 4 a.m. on the weekends and 12 on the weekdays.
Okay, so our actual physical location shuts down for 1 hour between 4 a.m. and 5 a.m. DoorDash availability depends on drivers. So if you're unable to get a delivery right now, it is because there are not drivers. It has nothing to do with our store.
Okay, but so are you technically open 24 hours for delivery or is it till 4 a.m.?
If a DoorDash order comes through between 4 and 5 a.m., we will make it. But
Okay.
if you showed up in person, we would not take your order.
Okay, because my friend Kevin and I are having a bet, and I told him, you guys are not 24 hours, it's till 4 a.m., so maybe I'm right then, right? Kevin might be wrong.
Yes. If you showed up in person, yes, you would be correct. We are closed from 4 to 5 a.m. every day.
That's all I needed to know. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
He said they're only closed for an hour between 4
But
and
he
5.
said, technically, I'm
Yeah,
right.
yeah,
I'm right,
yeah.
technically. Okay?
You were right, Kevin.
No,
Kevin
I
is
was.
right.
He said
No,
I was right. The man just said I was right.
They're open for 20, they're open for.
The guy doesn't know the whole
He
story.
just said that I was right.
Carolyn, you're wrong.
No, he
No,
just.
they're open until 4 a.m. and then they close and then they
Yes,
open at
and then they're
5
open. So that's
a.m.
not open for 24 hours. And if we were in a court of
That's
law,
23. That's 23.
I would be correct.
They're open
Technically,
23 hours a day.
Okay?
Technically, they're not.
I am correct, Kevin, but you were almost correct.
But he
That's
did
better
say
than being
if you were a
totally wrong
DoorDash
like you've been in the
order that
past.
Came in that they would
technically,
do
they're
it.
not open for 24 hours. a day.
Thank you, Al.
No, I said they're open 23.
Great. That's right. Thank you, Julia.
And that guy that you just talked to clarified that
That's correct. I'm
that
right.
just because they're open doesn't mean there'll be a DoorDash delivery driver available, but they don't have any control
Hi,
over that.
Deandy.
Right.
Kevin,
now
you
I
were
wanna tag him
almost
back.
right.
But
Like I
he's
said,
on
that's a
here.
lot better than, whatever.
No, they
Mary
Yeah,
Mint,
we're
we
both
can be
kind of
childish
right.
all we want, okay? Life is short, Mary Mint.
Kevin, you're not right. Kevin, you're not wrong.
Poor Kevin.
You're not wrong, Kevin. I agree.
Sounds like
Yeah, I
1
do
hour,
know
it's
we're
fine,
both
free flow.
right.
Kevin's almost
Because
right, and
I
I was
just
right.
don't want either of you to hate me, so y'all are right.
Oh, no, that we take
Crazy.
one more than that.
Mhm.
I just can't believe the DoorDash guy was there right when he was there. This is insane.
Unbelievable.
It does
Yeah.
sound like they
So
might,
weird.
there might be a possibility of spill, but he said technically I'm right, because if I came up, they could just say it's closed.
Do you like my new name?
She was got the food at
Yes.
4 a.m.
Hyena.
So they got it. Wow.
Make
Or-
a poll.
I know. I was gonna do my best hyena impression and she said you couldn't act like
Mary,
a
that's
hyena.
not what's happening, okay? And a lot of people here have been through very bad tragedies, and you know what? If we have humor and something off on the side to get us through
No.
things, please don't counsel us. Thank you very much. Let's see. Kevin, it was a loophole. Yeah, there was a loophole, Kevin. I feel it. It's okay. It's okay. There's a loophole. Now, but all this
I'm proud of Kevin and Carolyn for getting through this controversy.
I know, and we're still friends, and we'll still go on vacation together.
That's right.
This is what
He
I
won't sleep with you.
It's not going to affect our friendship. Not going to. He said
No.
they may deliver it.
That's what they said. I could
searched
hear the
for
guy on the
hours.
phone.
I searched for an hour, no Sheath in the corner. See what I mean, Christine? That's why I'm freaked out by what this guy was saying. Because I don't know. We have to keep looking about that, Christine. Kalani says, so the affidavit says that BCK's phone was only in Moscow to late evening. Yes, except for, here's the other thing, except for one time they said, Kalani, but then there's another time they say on the 14th, his phone was pinging, but they say, oh, we don't believe he was there. Now, why? Then you know the defense is going to be all over that, and they're going to say, "Why don't you believe he was there? Because his car wasn't moving." And so so then you're saying that is not accurate. The defense is going to be all over that.
Wait, I'm lost.
Okay, in the
I know,
affidavit.
I wonder if they meant that they don't believe he was inside the
No,
case.
they don't believe he was in Moscow at that time, that his
Okay,
phone
yeah, that
was
made
showing.
no sense.
And the defense will be all over that to show that's inaccurate. If it's inaccurate for that time, why can't it be inaccurate for the time that you're
For the
saying?
whole thing.
And they're going to
Yeah.
say, well, because the car is moving along with the phone, and this time only the phone is showing, but not the car. But they'll be all over it.
Oh,
They'll be all over that.
well,
He could have walked there. It's only 10 miles.
that's true too. Although,
Walked where?
Walk to where his phone is.
Moscow.
Yeah. I mean, it's sorry.
So he was staking out their house in the summer.
Yeah, from August. It was
Goes
August.
down that way.
Yeah, August was when they were finding him. Yep.
August, right?
They may deliver it, but no, I was technically right. The guy said it. Why don't you call him yourself, Lindbald, and then let us know, okay?
So it was targeted. So maybe he saw those girls at the Mad Creek and then followed
Kevin,
them home.
I out of the my generosity that I have that's running over, I will share my right with Kevin. And I will say, Kevin,
Oh.
in this instance, we can both be right.
Oh, good,
All
I'm
right?
glad you
I'm going to
said it. You
share
didn't
my
mind.
right with you.
good.
We're both right
My
now.
heart is beaming.
Both of us are winners, Kevin. Both of us.
Carolyn, Kevin, you both.
And on
made
that
me
note, we just got
so
100
awesome.
likes, so there. Both of us are winners, Kevin. We're both right.
Yes.
Does everybody get a trophy?
We get a trophy.
Yeah.
We're both technically right.
Yeah.
You know what, Carolyn, I think you're really on point there that he was targeting specifically.
That's right,
Stan
Barb.
and
It's a
Maddie.
tie, right, Barb? It's a tie. Barb said it. Okay. What did you say? I'm sorry, Julianne. I had to just.
I think you made a really good point there that he was targeting, I mean, hypothetical, like, I think he was targeting specifically Maddie and Zaina.
Mm-hmm.
And that he knew where Maddie's room was, and he went there, and Kaylee happened to be there too, and he.
And
so
she
he
would
had
have
to
tried
go
to
both of
fight him
them.
off, yeah,
And,
because.
and then he specifically went to Zaina's room,
Right.
which, was out of the way of the path of the house, the way.
But possibly,
away
wait,
from-
listen, Julianne, when he was surveilling their houses in the early morning and the evening, he could have watched when she came home and what light went on.
Right, I think you're right, though, that he was specifically there to kill,
Because he was
Maddie
there for an
and
hour
Zaina.
at one time, an hour watching the house. So perhaps if he followed her from the restaurant where she worked, knew her hours when she went home, that light is over there. That's her room over there.
That makes sense.
So he probably, was he
Okay, so Christine
He's
says,
one of
I've got
those
a
guys
favor.
that,
Can you read
tries
the
to
part?
get a date in a restaurant and the waitress says, no, I'm sorry, no.
Okay. So Christine wants me, what did you say, Sharon? Did they what?
I'm just wondering if, I'm looking for a motive, and it's the dumbest motive ever, but one or both of them turned him down for a date or something.
Oh, maybe, I don't know.
And you know what's weird? Usually they have a type. Xana and Maddie were two totally opposite looking girls.
All right, yeah. Christine.
Yeah, but
Christine asked if I could read something from the affidavit where he applied to be an intern at that Pullman Police Department. So I'm going to pull that up and just read that for her because she
is
spent
that
an
in
hour.
there? Is what he wrote in there?
No, just
Oh,
about what
alright.
they wrote. Yeah, about what he wrote.
Yeah, I was wondering about that too.
Okay, here we go. Based on the information provided on the WSU website, Kohberger is currently a PhD student in criminology at Washington State University. Pursuant to records provided by a member of the interview panel for Pullman Police Department, we learned that Kohberger's past education included undergraduate degrees in psychology and cloud-based forensics. These records also showed Kohberger wrote an essay when he applied for an internship with the Pullman Police Department in the fall of 2022. Kohberger wrote in his essay that he had an interest in assisting rural law enforcement agencies with how better to collect and analyze technological data in public safety operations. Is that what you wanted to hear, Christine?
Answers my question. So.
Let's see. From the timeline of when he started to drive by the house, whatever started to happen at the very beginning of the school year, it sounds. Farm Wife said. Jenny D1 said he could have looked up the house layout like we did. It would be interesting.
Didn't you say it was on Zillow?
What?
Didn't you say it was on Zillow?
Yes, but I mean, not just the layout. Well, how do you know where Zaina slept? And I think all you had to do was see her walk into the house and click on the light. You saw those big windows and how you could see like crazy because it was very dark outside.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Makes sense.
all of his surveillance, his pings, the 12 pings of his phone, it said were in the late night hours or early morning hours of the respective dates. So he was there in the dark watching that house 12 times.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So,
At least 12 times because you've got to remember, what if he turned his phone off?
Right.
Okay? And he could have been there way more than 12 times.
yeah, a minimum of 12 times.
That they know of, yeah.
Yeah.
Hi, Jeff. Maybe the girls answered his research study and mocked him. That's a stretch. Yeah, there was an interview committee at Pullman, but I don't know, yeah. Barb said, sounds like Ted Bundy. Didn't he work alongside the police when they were looking for him? Was it the police? Let's see. I think he might have attended one of the parties once. So yeah, that could be something too. He could have slipped into one of the parties once, right? A lot of those kids aren't going to even know, right? Hey, bud, if you brought in a case of beer or something, they're going to be like, hey, man, come on in. Right? Yeah. If there's a big party going on,
Yeah,
they're not going to be like, hey, you can't come in here. They're just going to be like, hey, man.
Right.
Come on in.
Right. He was probably at one of the parties. they had a big Halloween party, right? Or something?
I don't know if they have the party.
That's what I thought all along, that he actually showed up to one of the parties.
Yeah,
Known as
Mingled
a
in.
party.
Mingled in.
Yeah, sure, brought, like Carolyn said, brought some beer, maybe a couple bottles of wine, who knows?
I
Yeah,
go, Mike told me I could come here. Is it cool? And they'd be like,
Yeah.
Mike, because there's always going to be a Michael or a Mike or something, right? That's
Yeah.
got a common name.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then if there isn't, they get it wrong. They're like, Mark, just go for another one, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. He told me to call him Mike. What? You don't know?
yeah, I can see that happening, absolutely. Especially if he came with beverages and.
Right. They'd be like, hey, man, come on in.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
Got the layout of the house.
Yeah. He parked wherever, down the street. Walk.
Do they know where he parked his car during the murders?
Apparently, he wasn't a very good parker. Like, he couldn't even make a U-turn.
Internet.
But where did he park? Did he park his car out front?
Internet. I don't know. Christine Micro is saying internet to alarm red flag. I feel like
What
I'm
does
doing.
that
I
mean?
feel like I'm playing that game Concentration. I had it. You have to read the thing. Oh gosh, and I had the game when I was a kid. Internet to alarm red flag. I think he wanted to get caught. Very cunning. Yeah, I kind of think he wanted to get caught too.
Hi, guys.
Maybe, wouldn't it be funny if he knows how you think there's a big loophole somewhere that can get him off? Like he studied this criminal justice and maybe he knows like this crazy loophole, right? So he purposely did all this. Now, why you would kill 4 people, because I don't care if you get off or not, you still killed 4 people, right? And you have to live with that. So it's not going to be, nobody's going to be like, oh, wow, look at this guy. He's really smart. He knew how to get, you killed 4 people. So that's like just bizarre to do this if you're going to do this. But let's just say he's that crazy. And he read about this like crazy loophole that'll get you off a murder if this happens. And he did something that was going to make this loophole come and take everything out. Be
That would be
unable,
awful.
right?
I
Can you imagine?
mean, it's absolutely possible, isn't it?
Because he seems like happier than a clam.
Unlikely, but could happen.
It wouldn't surprise me. I've been thinking something like that.
Because
No.
he just couldn't do
I
this.
know,
do you
I'm
think?
just saying.
But
though,
no,
I
do you
don't
think
think
he's
that.
this stupid that he did all these things, went in his car, left the sheet there? I mean, it's just so many
I
stupid
know.
things.
It's like he made error after error.
And it's possible that in his mind, before he had all this criminology education and then eventually, or at some stage fantasized in his mind about how this might go. But the reality of it, once he got into a bit of a frenzy, didn't pan out as he would been taught to not be so sloppy about leaving a sheet behind. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And
The
with
reality-
Linda,
That's
he
what I
had
think.
more than that time to clean up, but he had, after he went to Albertsons, then later that night from like 5:30 to 8:30, he had a window of 3 hours where he shut his phone off and he was out in another part of Idaho. He had 3 hours unaccounted for.
Mhm.
I wonder if he used a credit card at Albertsons.
Well, they got video of him at Albertsons.
That's good.
Now, do we know, when we saw the screenshot or the whatever of the Elantra, was that leaving the area or coming to the house? Because there's a timestamp on that.
I thought it was leaving, wasn't it?
Yeah,
I don't
it was
know.
leaving.
If it was leaving at a high rate of speed, it would be at 420, right, or something? 420. It was he was riding around, circling around 3 times, and then doing that crazy K-turn and coming back, and
Yeah.
So he was leaving and on the road by 4:20.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was in and out.
Crazy.
That was fast.
But he was watching the house. He was already on the road at 4:20, and they got a DoorDash delivery at
Because
4
maybe
a.m.
one day, maybe at 3 something when he was circling the house, maybe he saw multiple people awake in that kitchen. Because when we saw the noise disturbance, you could see in the window, and there were people you could see them in the kitchen clearly.
I didn't see the noise disturbance.
Yeah, there's a
Yeah,
video.
I showed you the video, the noise disturbance.
I haven't seen it.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
No.
Scooter, the one from October, was it September?
Yeah, it was like
You
around
saw it.
Halloween, I think.
I didn't see it either.
Wait, what you mean when the party, somebody called the police?
Yes.
Yes, for noise.
Oh,
You can
okay.
see them in the window. I have 3 different cams up. You could see them in the window. Everybody. Clear as a bell, you can see people are in the window. So he could have been circling the house and going, crap, all these people are still up and still up. Oh my gosh, what the hell?
So if Xana got her food delivery at 4, how was she in her room and killed by, say, 4:10? Because if he then went up to Maddie and Kaylee and killed them after, and
Well,
still
he
had time to
killed,
kill.
he killed we think he killed Maddie and Kylie first.
That's what I think too. But how did he get past Xana in the kitchen eating?
Oh, we don't know.
Well, Zayna
What
and
if she
Ethan were in
grabbed
their
it and
room
ran into the
eating.
I think she
bedroom?
was in a room meeting.
What if she grabbed it and ran into the bedroom? But then why would
And
the
she was
bag?
on TikTok at 4:12.
Yeah, while she was eating, they're figuring.
Yeah.
She's on
okay.
TikTok at 4:12 in the morning, and she's dead by 4:20.
So she was up eating and doing TikTok while Maddie and Kaylee were getting killed and didn't hear anything. That doesn't make sense.
I don't know.
Well, maybe she heard something, but by the time she heard it, she was getting killed.
It was coming towards her then, her and Ethan.
Maybe she's the one that they said there's somebody here. Maybe she was the one that said there's somebody here, because that's what it says in the affidavit. Maybe it wasn't Kaylee, maybe it was Xana because she was up.
She should have dialed 911. Put something in front of the door.
Well, yeah, sometimes you just panic, and
Yeah, I mean,
I know I've
It's
done that.
frozen.
It's like you panic and you're just like, what the hell? And then you're thinking like, is somebody here? I don't know. Is somebody here?
Or
Yeah.
he's expecting to get, like, killed.
Yeah.
I mean, I am now.
Great.
I always am.
You always are expecting to get killed, Elle?
Always.
Oh no.
If I hear a noise,
Me
oh my gosh, I'm 911 immediately.
Oh my gosh.
I am now.
I don't care if they come out for nothing.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah. I mean, I think, yeah.
I am starving talking about all this food.
I am too. All this door.
Right? I know.
I put pizza rolls in the oven.
Okay, there you are.
I
just had a chef salad.
Oh, I could have made that, but not tonight.
I went so off my diet today. I ate like half a box of cookies.
That girl.
That's okay. Elle. What kind of cookies?
Well, you know, us
Chocolate.
writing,
Chocolate and
Yeah.
caramel.
Oh.
What?
I said us hyenas can get pretty hungry at times.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was so funny when you said that.
Because sometimes when I take the Zoom and I go to a store, I tell everybody, like, don't start cursing. And then somebody inevitably goes like this, that lets loose like a stream of F-bombs. And I'll be in like a very respectable store. And all of a sudden people will be turning around and looking at like, what the hell? Who is listening to that? Who is that person? And I just try to pretend it's not me. And I walk very quickly by.
As
And I'm
it's
like, guys,
blaring
no
out of the
cursing
handbag.
when I'm in a store.
Just say, haven't you seen these handbags before? You can program them so they just do that.
You're gonna make a cup of coffee, Christine?
Because she's cold.
Oh, you ran to McDonald's earlier in the live? Oh, wow, Barb. I'm like starving.
We'll get
I might
something.
have to have the yogurt. I made spaghetti sauce when I picked up the kids from basketball.
Get DoorDash.
Yeah.
Funny.
Hi,
That's
Banks.
funny. Hi, how are you?
I knew we
Good, thanks. How are you?
Well, I'm still sick. My son just called and said he does have COVID.
Aw, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
no, your son does?
So, my son,
The one with the kids?
yeah.
Oh, did the kids have it?
The oldest one has like the head cold, but the youngest one, she's fine. This is the third time he's had COVID.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, they got it very first. When it first came out, they both had it, and then they got rid of it. Then they got it again, probably 6 months later. And then he called. We're supposed to meet up with him tomorrow. We were supposed to babysit, but we're not going there now. And he said, "Well, FaceTime because he has COVID."
Ah,
Yeah, but I don't feel like I have the flu. I did the first day. My head hurt real bad. But now I just feel like I have this stuffy nose and a cough, a real bad cough.
have you ever
But it
had
could-
it?
I get test? I can't remember.
Did I what?
I can't
Where
remember
are you,
if you
Christina
took the
Ferrari? I always
COVID test
forget.
or
Where are you?
not.
What state?
Oh, I did.
And it
Oh,
was
yeah.
negative.
Yeah, I took the test. It said no. But I don't know about if you can trust those tests. They're giving them away out here. So who knows?
They're giving them away everywhere.
It's
Yeah.
Rocky and his wheel. He just gave me a heart attack.
Yeah,
somebody just
I
broke a
think
window.
that you probably had a false negative there.
Yeah,
If they're
but I
giving it away, you
babysat
should just keep
twice a
testing
week
them
for
every
my
day.
son.
Oh, I'll be back.
What?
So chances are, if he has it, we might have gotten it, but I have had all my shots. My husband has not, but he's not sick.
Hold on, I'm gonna get an
Crazy.
orange. I have to eat something.
Yeah.
But I feel pretty good. I just congested.
Robert DeVoe says you can trust the test. I've got to cut this pumpkin up pretty soon.
Do you have one of those oximeters where you can measure?
I'm gonna
No,
carve
I
a jack o'
don't.
lantern for
My
January.
son does,
It's
but
gonna
I
be a January
don't. He doesn't
jack-o'-lantern.
live here anymore.
I'm gonna do it maybe tomorrow.
But that's a great idea.
Maybe you could try to order one of those from Amazon.
Yeah,
That's
I got
really
this huge
important.
pumpkin. I have to cut it up.
yeah.
Yeah.
And get
Order
the seeds
what?
out.
And one of those oximeters or whatever that you measures your oxygen level.
Oh,
Because
on
Just
your finger, the one
Clip
that
it
goes
on your finger. Yeah,
Oh, you put it, your saturation?
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I might do it tomorrow. Nobody's even listening to me. It's a huge pumpkin.
I might
Huge.
just go to the pharmacy right now and buy one of those.
I'm
well,
gonna do
good.
it.
I think you
January
should.
jack o' lantern.
Maybe they're giveaway tests too, and I'll try it again.
Anybody hear me?
I think you should.
Did anybody
Yeah.
hear me about my jack o' lantern?
I can't see it.
What?
Oh, I'm gonna do a January jack o' lantern because I've got this huge pumpkin, and I want to cut it up for the. It's huge. I've had it since I bought it with you guys. I couldn't believe how lucky I was to find that pumpkin, and it's still
Thanks.
here. And I'm gonna cut it open and toast the seeds for Rocky, the flying squirrel. And in the meantime, I want to make it a January jack o' lantern, and I'm gonna do one of those special jack o' lanterns, and maybe I'll do it tomorrow.
Cool.
Yeah, be fun. Okay.
So what else do we got?
It'll be a January Jack.
Mm-hmm.
Jack January.
That's right. But guess what else do we have? That family of 8 killed in Utah. It was a murder
What
suicide.
happened? What happened?
Murder suicide. The wife filed for divorce. So the husband killed all the kids. He killed his wife. He killed his mother-in-law and himself.
Oh my gosh. How many kids were there?
There were, it was 8 people, so 5 kids.
Oh my goodness. Were they Mormon?
Mm-hmm. He went to the doctor, but the wife filed for divorce, and so he did it. And then you got that other guy that drove his family off that cliff. That
What?
they can't. Oh yeah, with a Tesla.
What?
Yeah, he was a radiologist,
Oh, yeah.
and he
Yeah.
drove his wife and 2 children off the cliff intentionally. And the people can't believe they all survived. And now he's
Why?
charged with intentional murder.
All 4 of them survived?
Oh my God.
All 4
Wow.
survived.
They said the
Thank
fact
God.
that the kids were in car seats saved their lives.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
Oh, that's great.
And they said they have never, that this one place, people don't survive this, and it's an absolute miracle.
How
Right.
do they prove that he did it intentionally? Because a lot of cars go off the road there.
Because I think the
Maybe
wife
think
must have
about
said, he said, I'm driving us off here. You know,
Yeah, but
No.
then it's his word against hers.
maybe the kids are older too, 4 and 7.
I hope so.
I can't believe about the father that shot all the kids. That is so sick.
I know. Because my wife's going to leave me, so let me end the line. And see, this is what I don't get. I'm not a Mormon. I don't know how the Mormons think about certain things, but do they not believe thou shalt not kill? Do they
Yes,
believe
they do.
it's justified, or do they just in 1 minute throw all the religion away? Then they never really seem to be believing in it anyway if they just throw it all away, right?
Right.
Everything they do is
He's a
because they're gonna.
Mormon doesn't mean he's not crazy.
They believe thou shalt not kill, but they also put, I know some Mormons, and they put so much pressure on themselves to be absolutely perfect. You know, and divorce is not perfect. And I'm sure he saw that as being very flawed, and he would be embarrassed and ashamed and stuff like that, that his wife was divorcing him. And I'm sure that has something to do with it.
But what about then all about their children being in the afterlife and all of that? Whatever they call it. What do they call it? They call it something else. I know from Big Love.
I think that kids are innocent for anything like that.
Right.
I don't know.
Same as with Catholics.
But then he believes this, right? And then he's just gonna throw it away, never see his kids again.
Mhm.
Who knows if he really believes it? Who knows if he really believes any of it? He just cares about what it looks like
It could be.
to everyone.
Well, I'm just saying, whether he's Mormon or any other religion or no religion, there's no accounting for crazy. I mean,
Right.
he could be anything but also crazy, and the crazy overruled his beliefs.
Wasn't there
Right.
another Mormon family that did this like last year? That the father killed
No,
everybody.
there was a guy that killed his 2 sons that were Mormon.
I thought there was
The guy
another
that set the
big
house on
family
fire.
annihilation of a Mormon family.
Remember the one that set the house on fire with the 2 kids, the 2 boys, the single father, and he killed the wife first?
Gosh, wait a minute. I can see the house, and it was beige.
That's the Disney World thing?
No, not the Disney World one. No,
No.
it was beige. I remember the press conference the police had. I think there was 2 brothers or something.
Yeah, was his name Josh? Josh?
I
And the father was on his side.
I remember the house. I remember the house, the cars. I remember it clearly. And they were
And-
like up on the hill. I remember they had the press conference down there, and
First, I think the wife was missing.
somebody
And I think-
killed a bunch
and
of.
he
I
killed
remember
the
it. They
wife
had
fir-
very
he killed the
similar
wife.
style houses.
He killed the wife first and the 2 sons. He blew up the house with the sons in it.
No, that's Powell.
Powell.
Yeah, but that's not this. This is happened like last year. And they were up there, and there was some kind of thing. It was a big family. Something happened. You remember it, right, Captain Lee Fan? And then the houses were like beige-ish, and they were kind of up on a hill a little bit. They came down. They did the press conference in the street about it.
Oh, I don't know that
I'm
one.
glad Captain Lee remembers that. Okay, thank you, Captain Lee. She just might say that so she thinks I'm not gonna, I'll just tell Carolyn I remember it so she doesn't think she's
The
going crazy.
cow thing, was that the Disney thing?
No, that was not, but it was a very high profile case. The Disney thing was creepy. That was Tony Tote.
What was
yeah.
the Disney thing? What was the Disney thing?
He killed his whole family, and they had the Disney properties. But Sharon will say it's not technically a Disney neighborhood anymore, and it's not. It's Celebration, Florida. Celebrate good times. Come on. It wasn't such a great thing.
Well, Celebration was designed by Disney.
Right, and then we were riding
Okay.
around in there, and
Yeah.
that's when somebody came in, and we had the wrong address for a minute, and then somebody came in and said, you have to stop this whole live because you were in the wrong place. And I said, everyone makes mistakes, so why do we have to stop the live? She said, but you made a mistake. I said, but we corrected that mistake, and now we're at the right address. And this lady was just, I think she was drinking a little too much that night, and she called in, and she just wouldn't stop saying that we had to delete the live because we made a mistake. It was nuts. Okay, so let me see now. There was a family. Captain Lee, thanks for remembering it, even if you don't. I remember that, and she was driving me crazy. You know what? I don't think they were Mormon. I think they were, why do I think they were Native American or something? I can see the houses clearly, and it was a big family. Okay,
Jehovah's Witness.
no, let me see. I'm going to look at annihilations. Okay, hold on for a minute. Oh, you know what? You are right, Elle, when you were remembering Susan Powell, because they were Mormons.
Yes.
Okay, so that's why it's coming up to you. But that was back in 2001, okay? And that was
that
something
long
freaky
ago?
too. Yes, and that was freaky too, because wasn't it her father-in-law that had like naked pictures of her on his
Yes,
computer?
yes.
It was like really freaky, right? But they were supposed to be like upstanding, right? Yeah. Yeah, it says spring of 2001, Josh Powell and Susan Cox were married at a Mormon temple. Yeah. That's them.
That was
but-
so sad. Those two kids were
Yeah,
so
and then-
cute. I'll never forget them.
Okay.
I know, it's like 2001 was 10 minutes ago.
I know.
No.
It's insane.
Did you
Yep.
know Ted Bundy became a Mormon?
No.
Oh.
That's what it says.
I had no idea.
I never heard that.
Okay, so there's Brian David Emmanuel Mitchell, a kidnapper. In 2002, Mitchell was homeless man who worked. One night he returned. Oh, right. He's the one that took Elizabeth Smart.
It was smart.
Then there's Ronald Lee Haskell. They said, what did he do? Leaving 6 family members dead, 4 of them children, and a 15-year-old girl as the only survivor. One was that 2014. Ted Bundy, he's on there. I didn't know he was Mormon.
Did not know.
Mark Hacking, he reported his wife missing in 2004. Let's see what happened here. In 2004, she was 5 weeks pregnant. 2 weeks later, he was arrested when police found a witness to whom Mark had confessed that he had killed his wife in her sleep and dumped her body in the trash. Glenn Helzer, serial killer. His brother Justin and their roommate Dawn Goodman killed 5 people in San Francisco area during the summer of 2003. Remember pickle juice, freckle juice? Remember her? She was making masks, and her sister was killed by a serial killer. She changed her name to Olive Juice. She used to have another name that was really cute, and she had a really cute little voice. Scooter, do you remember who I'm talking about? Scooter's not even around anymore. Okay. They conspired to find a self-awareness program to bring joy, peace, and love to the world. Okay. That's weird. And so I'm just trying to find this other one. Arthur Gary Bishop, serial killer, served a mission in the Philippines, was excommunicated in 1974 and 1983 when questioned by police regarding the disappearance of a neighborhood boy he knew. He confessed to having killed him and 4 others. Jodi Arias is listed as a Mormon murderer. And then there's Jason Brown, first-degree murder, armed robbery, and unlawful flight to avoid prosecution. Robert Keith Palomares was shot 5 times in the head on the 24th of November 2004 outside the AMC Theater Multiplex in Arizona. Okay, that's weird. All right.
Oh, Mormon, huh?
Yeah, but it's still not giving me that one. I probably have to go back in my old videos and find out what that was. But anyway, let's talk about, let me just see if there's any more news about these 8 that.
Yeah. Funny how his lawyer has long blonde hair. Like 2 of the victims. Isn't it?
Which one now?
Brian's lawyer. Are we talking
Brian,
about that now?
Brian's lawyer, yeah. So, a Utah man shot his family of 7 and then himself. Michael Haight. Oh, isn't that weird? I had a teacher, Mrs. Haight. I would have changed that name if my name is Haight, even if it was spelled H-A-I-G-H-T. I would still change my name.
Me too.
I wouldn't want to be the Haight family.
No.
There's Mr. and Mrs. Haight and the Haight children. Right? I don't know. That just sometimes that's a recipe for disaster.
Yeah.
Okay? Michael Haight, 42, and his wife, Tasha Haight. Tasha's mother, Gail Earl, were just, okay, he was 42, his wife was 40, and his mother-in-law were 78. And they were found dead in Enoch City in southwestern Utah, about 180 miles northeast of Las Vegas. The couple's 5 children, ages 4 to 17, also killed. The city called Michael Haight a suspect on Thursday. Tasha Haight had filed a divorce petition in late December, stopping short of saying this. They stopped short of saying this was a factor in their deaths. Investigators currently believe there are no outstanding suspects. Evidence suggests that the suspect took his own life after killing the 7 others in the home. The children were identified only by their ages and genders: a 17-year-old female, a 12-year-old female, a 7-year-old female, a 7-year-old male, and a 4-year-old male. So it sounds like she had twins. There's a lot of space between those children. 17, then a 5-year gap, and a 12-year-old, and then a 5-year gap, and 7-year-old twins, and then a 3-year gap, huh? Yeah. Oh, wow.
What a shame.
The Haights were my neighbors. The youngest children played in my yard with my sons, Chestnut said at a news conference. This is a tremendous blow to many families who have now spent many, many nights. Why do you say many nights? I guess with these individuals who are now gone. And guess what? The Hong Kong is going to resume importing hamsters after a year, after a mass cull over COVID. Let me see something else here. Affidavit, we got that. The missing rappers found safe and well. Yeah, Utah man. Here, look. Oh my gosh. This is the picture of the family. Look at that.
How do I see that, Carolyn?
You have to look on YouTube. I feel like I
Okay,
know
let me
that
see-
woman.
Let me see if I can see that. Hold on a sec. No.
You know, when he walked into court today, he didn't even have handcuffs on.
He didn't?
Oh, look.
He must be
He
shackled
came,
then.
look. He came strutting his stuff in, no handcuffs. And look at this guy. He's like looking down on him like, what the hell?
Why would they not have him in handcuffs?
He's not shackled on his feet.
What is this about? Hold on. Millionaire killer mom killed herself with nitrogen gas bag over her head? Gigi Jordan, a millionaire pharmaceutical executive, convicted of killing her 8-year-old son who had autism in a Manhattan hotel room in 2010, died from suicide. She was convicted of manslaughter in 2014 and sentenced to 18 years in prison after she admitted to force-feeding him a lethal dose of medications. But the conviction was thrown out on a technicality in 2020, and she was released on $250,000 bond to await a new trial. But on December 29th, Justice Sonia Sotomayor revoked Jordan's bond, and then hours later, she was found dead. The medical examiner's office says she died by suicide, with the case described as asphyxia by covering her head with a plastic bag and the displacement of oxygen by nitrogen gas. Sources said last week that her body was found in the bathtub with a note nearby. Oh. Jordan said at her original trial that she tried to kill herself and her son because she believed one of her ex-husbands was trying to kill her, and that she feared her son would end up with another ex-husband whom she suspected would would molest him. So that's what she said, and then so she killed herself. This is her. Okay, yeah, that's it. But no, he was strutting in with no handcuffs. He doesn't look at the least bit upset to be in there. Shock belt. I don't know. Brian's left shoulder twitched. Oh, well, did you notice when he was sitting in court, he was twitching this? I noticed this a lot about people in court. They look all calm and collective, and you can see they have this thing that's like twitching on the side. Did anybody notice on the side of his face it kept twitching, like going in, like he was pulling it? Some people can control those, like it was, constantly. Did you see that?
It's kind of like grinding your teeth, but it's your jaw.
Yeah, but it goes in and out.
In and out, yeah.
Yeah. In and out, in and out. Jaw muscle going strong. Yeah, right, Jeff? Yeah, he had that going. That was very strong. It's a very strong thing. Scooter, where'd you go with the pizza rolls?
Probably in the.
Hi, Danielle.
She's
He was
gone.
clenching his teeth. Yeah. Let's see. Someone had a shock belt. That's the explanation for shock. So he's due back in a week, right? The 12th or so?
Is,
Yeah, back in court. Back in court. You didn't see him in the courtroom at all today? I'm sorry, Kevin. Let's see what, I want to just see what the, oh boy, Pitbull, hi Pitbull. Yeah, I say a lot of people would say you're not alone, but you know how, let's see here. Check something on the thing here.
Was he ever out in the public, maybe going to court and people are hollering at him?
Yeah, but they weren't real, it wasn't that bad.
Oh,
Okay, that's what I want to go to. The judge is so young, right? Isn't she? Isn't she young? You think so?
I didn't see her.
Oh, you didn't see her?
Maybe Scooter fell asleep. I hear somebody.
I think it's Margot.
Oh,
Just gonna mute her. Let's see. Can I find the? I'm looking for something. Okay. Where the heck is the, that's not what I want. Try this. It's this, I know, and it's not giving me the right thing. Okay, now I'm there. All right, let me see. Really? Seriously? That's odd. Okay, I was trying to find a document, but I can't find that one. It's being, did someone give you my information? Captain Lee Fan said, yeah. Did you find Captain Lee Fan? She's in Slack.
No, it's not in there, not under Captain Lee.
No, he's in there. Can you
I
send,
don't have it
can you
on
send
mine.
Bink a message right now, Captain Lee Fan? Send her a message right now to Slack.
I think she went to bed.
Mm. She's talking right now. Christine sent an email? Okay.
Okay, I see Captain Lee here. I think.
I went over this afternoon, Christine, about his sister being an actress. Yeah, his sister starred in a horror flick directed by, the director said he couldn't believe that the guy's his brother. That guy's her brother.
Yeah, I can only see her on general.
Yeah, I went over
see her
that.
in the direct messages.
You have to send one to her. Can you send her one, Captain Lee? Yeah, I went over about his sister the other day. I mean, yesterday. I mean, today. Actually, earlier. My live earlier, we did his sister. It was like she was the one that survived, but these people went out into the woods, and then they had different things befall them. So it, there's already things. Bryan Kohberger is innocent. Free Bryan Kohberger. Horrible what you can't even imagine what they're doing.
Yeah, I found her, I think. Let's see.
Hallelujah.
Weeks later. A month later. Okay, she's typing.
You got it now?
Yeah, I think so. Says she's typing to me.
Oh, okay, good. Let me see here.
Yeah, I found her. Weeks later.
Is that better?
I, I think so. Let's see. Reading some scene at graduation.
Okay,
You got it down?
yeah, it says
Oh, wait,
she's
now,
typing.
okay, no, wait, now you've got your YouTube on, Tracy. Yeah, it's playing over.
Still haven't quite figured it out, but
I'm trying to find, okay, why can't, let me go here. I just want to just go here. I just want to go here. Let me go here. Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay, let me see what some other people are saying. Let's hear what people are saying. Someone said, when I reread the affidavit, I noted that she saw the person move towards the area of the sliding door. It doesn't state explicitly that she saw them leave, but that law enforcement believed this is when the killer exited. It's a very subtle point of difference, but personally, I think she didn't see them leave and couldn't be sure, and that's part of the reason she didn't come out of her room again for a long time. Poor girl, I hope she has a lot of support. Let's see. I'm a big dude, but when I lived alone in the woods in a cabin, sometimes would be 100% frozen with fear. For some reason, my brain was convinced that if I breathed heavy, that there was someone right there who would kill me. Eventually, I got a gun. Finally, when I got like that, I would post... Okay, blah, blah, blah. She may have seen him, but I doubt he saw her. He may have had some kind of an adrenaline-induced tunnel vision. He was also in a real hurry. He did this in 10 minutes. Look at the time his car was filmed. Remember, the PCA does not include the whole story. Right. There are many things that could explain her apparent inaction. 1, she may have been very drunk or under the influence of drugs. 2, she may not have had her phone with her in the room. 3, she may have been paralyzed by shock or fear. 4, she did not hear someone calling for help or see the crime happen. Bryan was apparently wearing a COVID mask, not a ski mask. He may have looked creepy. Could have been someone who was brought home by one of the roommates. The great amount of time that passed, even after daybreak before 911 was called, probably indicates that she was either passed out or sitting shivering in a corner. In any case, she was apparently not capable of coherent action. I believe it was BF who finally Bethany, broke through her trance and called help when she came upstairs. She may be alive, but he pretty much destroyed her life as well. He's the one to blame, and stop claiming the victims could have been saved. He stabbed them time and again. In all probability, they were already dead when Dee saw him. The neon good vibes sign could have obstructed his vision. If there was no other lights on in the hallway, where her door and the staircase are, and no lights on in the kitchen, she could have got a decent look at him as the light illuminated him, but he could have had no clue she was looking, since the sign on the wall past her door, the light wouldn't be bending back through a doorway to light her up, and the few seconds it would take his eyes to fully transition could have prevented him from seeing her. He may have said he'd be coming back. This is just probable cause. He continued to drive by later in the morning, terrifying. The crying could easily have been dismissed as a drunken cry or an argument. She could have assumed the intruder was a frat bro or friend playing a prank. Okay, blah, 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 yeah.
remember, young people don't feel like they're gonna die young, you know? I don't think their head goes right to You know, someone's gonna kill me, especially if they're in a house with a lot of other people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Let's see here, daily discussion.
Yeah, I agree, Tracy.
All right. For those that don't want to read, okay. So they say that Bryan Kohberger had been a model prisoner. Pennsylvania Correctional Facilities warden said the warden of the Monroe County Correctional Facility told officials that the maximum status prisoner has been quiet and has been following directions. Mr. Kohberger was held in a cell that monitored by an officer all the time. A source familiar with the suspect's status at the facility was quoted as saying that he has caused no problems during his time in detention, and as he was arrested Friday in Pennsylvania, almost 7 weeks after Kaylee Gonsalves, Madison Mogan, Zena Kernoodle, and Ethan Chapin were found dead in an off-campus apartment. He was formally waived. Okay, blah, 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 blah. Let's see. Body on Friday. What did they want to say? Just that he was a model prisoner in that time. Scooter, what happened with the pizza rolls? I can't believe she just ditched us like that. That's so rude. Scooter? Oh my gosh. All right, I guess we're going to log off here for the night. We'll be back tomorrow, and I might do that jack-o'-lantern tomorrow too. I have to do that, but I'm going to go get something. But we're going to be in the Zoom if you want to come in. Love you guys. God bless. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow. All right. Bye, everybody.
Night,
Love you.
everybody.
God
See you
bless. Prayers for
soon.
all that need them. We'll see you. Please hit the likes on the way out. Share the video. Talk to you later. Bye.
Thanks, chat.